Because it's based on the erroneous statement. You're confusing frequencies with time. You think they're one and the same. They're not.
Nope.
I think Gregory has a point that you guys haven't addressed. But so basically, how are you guys proving that it's time speeding up or slowing down, and not just the amount of photons being
the erroneous
emitted?
statement. You're
and
confusing.
Also, when it comes to predicting something, I mean, let's say we're back in ancient Greece and some fucking priest says Volcanus is coming back and the volcano erupted. Did Volcanus actually come back? Did the fucking demigod Volcanus cause that? Or is that just a correct fucking prediction with a fucking incorrect model, bro?
Well, you can predict that over and over again, which Volcanus you're not going to be able to predict over and over again. So
how do you know? What if my Volcanus mystery school predicted all of them right? Would you start believing in Volcanus?
Do you want to play pretend forever? Yes, it's possible. There's always a possibility that coincidence could be the answer.
Science is not supported by predictions. Sorry, bud.
Yeah, I think when the alternative explanation is a very big coincidence, it strengthens the argument.
No, it just tells me you don't understand fields.
No, go ahead. I mean,
I'm not referring to anything particular.
Show me where a field can make a cesium clock change as they're developed with the shielding that they have. Go ahead and show me a field, and then show me that condition exists at 4,000 feet.
I just don't understand how you guys make the distinction between amount of photons received by a ticker from a cesium atom and time actually changing between the points. I don't understand why your null hypothesis wouldn't have been, the different altitudes that this thing is at is causing the cesium atom to emit more or less. No, you guys said no, the cesium atom is emitting the same, but time is changing at these different altitudes. I don't understand why you would flip it. What reason? You don't have you basically observed something.
All right, I'd like to address that a little bit. Okay, what you have, and this is why prediction is so important. What you have is this whole test was if I raise that clock an altitude, or if I fly that clock around the Earth at given speed, this will happen. That is a prediction that says, if time is variable at altitude and speed, then I would expect to see this. Now I'm going up there, I'm measuring it, and I get this. I get the correct answer. Now, that could be a wonderful coincidence, but that's not how science works. Science doesn't say, it might be a coincidence, we're going to ignore that. We say that my test was valid. My test worked out at this point. The null hypothesis was that it would not, it would give the same time, or it would vary in another direction, or it would vary randomly. None of those things happen.
You're dealing with a sentence and
with the prediction.
It's because Moyak missed that the reason for that solely.
You're roboting.
You're breaking up.
Damn it. Can you hear me?
Okay. A little bit.
Try again.
All right. I was just going to say the emission that measured is solely due to the symmetry of one of the orbitals, the atomic orbitals of the cesium atom. So altitude doesn't affect that.
So again,
how about gravity?
Gravity, supposedly.
Oh, supposedly, huh? Because that's all you got, really.
So again,
actually, there's also velocity, which is the flight of the planes actually tested both altitude and the combination of both of those was used in the prediction.
So again,
those are affecting time itself. They're not affecting the actual orbital symmetry of the cesium atom. That's what the whole point of those experiments is.
So again, the prediction is based on a categorically erroneous presupposition that time is the plurality of time spans with particular location and concreteness and causal power. That's nonsense.
That's what the experiments show.
It doesn't
Yeah,
show statement. Absurdities are not true. They're absurd.
The evidence is against you, bro.
It's not against me. You just keep interpreting the data, the a posteriori data, through this absurdity. You just keep taking for granted that this absurdity is true. It's
No,
not.
none of your objections are valid. None of those things have any effect.
Yeah, so just unjustified negation retort again. To just
Yeah,
declare
that's what you
what you're
want.
saying is false does not refute my argument.
That's the reason why. That's why the cesium atom is used, because
Not.
nothing else affects this emission.
Like, again, you have to justify this premise, which I am critiquing as an absurdity. You can't just hand wave the critique and just take the premise for granted, which is being scrutinized. That's not how you argue.
Go ahead, tell me what else is going to affect it. The mechanism.
So, if you wish to refute my counter argument, form an argument, not hand wave dismissal,
Sounds like
not
what you're
unjustified negation
saying
retort.
is ridiculous, and that's your hand wave dismiss.
No, it's not. Don't reduce my argument to a mere unjustified negation retort. I gave a number of premises addressing the entirety of your absurd premise that time,
the
time span
emission,
with completeness and causal
the-
power in particular location. That's not the nature of time. You have never empirically observed this. You have never.
energy.
You cannot make sense of this a priori either. It's absurd on its face.
The
You don't
energy.
observe. You don't have a. You don't have experience of absurdity.
The energy and frequency.
You don't have any empirical data. You don't have any experience of an absurdity. This a priori assertion is absurd. Neither do you experience this absurd a priori assertion in your life ever.
Except they experienced it.
The energy,
You didn't.
frequency, and
So
wavelength of the photon are solely predicted by the
identifying time
mode
span with frequency.
of the cesium atom.
Do you see the problem, Noah? You see the
There's
problem?
nothing else that is going to predict that frequency, energy, wavelength, etc.
Like I said, you're trying to appeal to frequencies as though it's an instance of a time span. It's
Mechanism,
not.
how it works.
We are doing a count as a time span.
Hey, maybe you guys can help me out. Who has what type of institution or whatever usually has an atomic clock that they'd be willing to let me bring a big magnet, like a monster magnet, next to, and see if it changes anything?
Do you think that there's monster magnetism at 4,000 feet?
Well, it'd kind of be opposite, right? But still, if it plays a part, I should see some change.
I don't know.
Anyways, that was a waste of time. So, anyone with a better response instead of this idiot?
We understand that, right, Fundy? We understand that, right? We understand that frequencies aren't spans of time.
Oh, of course.
Thank you.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know how many times you have to say it, really.
I mean, really. And I don't have any college degrees. It's ridiculous. People educating themselves into imbecility and then trying to condescendingly reassert that which is absurd and then shame me for not conceding to it.
That's obvious you haven't got college degrees.
Is the change so small that it's only these atomic clocks that can work on units so short that it's noticeable, whereas like a kitchen clock, wouldn't be noticeable?
I think it would be like a period of many years for you to do it. Like
the problem is that a kitchen clock, the inherent inaccuracy is going to be greater than the time dilation frequency. So, I mean, a kitchen clock is off by a few seconds or minutes or whatever over a month, whereas the whole time dilation, we're talking about billionths of a second per day or whatever.
Right. So this whole thing can only be noticed or measured using something like an atomic clock, because the difference that we've taken the time out of our days to try to detect something. I mean, how long are we doing this with? Over years, or have we just like gone up for a couple hours or come back reconjoined and then
30 or
compared
50
after
hours was the flight time. I think.
50 hours?
That was
And
and
over
for
50
building,
hours, we
that's
got some sort of
what's
nanosecond
time
of difference on
dilation.
an atomic clock.
For
I believe it's
building,
like
how
five
much
five
less
hours is like 5 hours in a plane. I think is like 1 micro or 25 microseconds or something like that. That might be off.
Yeah. See, one of the big issues with this whole thing is that this is out of our hands. We don't have access to those types of clocks, and we can't
Yeah, we
see
do.
if magnetism. Well, then
We
answer
have
my earlier question.
We
All
have
I
one
got.
in our apartment.
You have one in your apartment?
In our department at the university.
Oh.
No, I don't have one.
He stole it. He's got it. He's gonna hawk it. Take a little pawn shop there.
Oh, well, I mean, do people try like seeing what can affect it?
Yeah, I think
I
so.
know people.
I mean, basically, that's how they came up with the shielding and the temperature controls and all that sort of stuff, and running it in a vacuum. That was all because those things had effects on it.
So supposedly, what causes time dilation?
There's a
Relativism
speed,
effect.
velocity could cause it, gravity could cause it. What else?
Velocity of a thing or velocity itself?
No, the two different velocities. So if you're going one velocity, versus in reference to something else, you're going to be experiencing two different rates. But of course, that doesn't become like these things aren't noticeable until they're really really fast. That's why you can only measure a small amount in an airplane.
Define what you mean by time dilation.
The time's moving at different rates for these different reference frames.
But if the
Again,
velocity is relative, then how do you decide which one should be experiencing more or less time?
That's a good question.
How do you?
That's actually a good point, man. That's one of the so the whenever you're doing one of those type of calculations, they would both experience the same thing. Like if let's say you were traveling away from somebody else, then yeah, it's relative. And so there's not really there's no determination who's traveling away from who. But once you return back to that person, I think is when you're accelerating. So yeah, so as long as you guys are both just separating apart, it doesn't matter who's leaving who. You're going to be moving at this. The time dilation is going to be the same for both parties.
So again,
then,
another.
No, hold on. That means whenever what you just laid out means that whenever someone synchronizes their watches, separate and come back, if the time dilation is the same, then they should notice no difference between their synchronized watches once they reconvene.
But the plane example and the gravitational example, there's acceleration involved. So with the gravitational one, like the mountain thing, that's different than the constant, just the velocity difference. That's why you notice a difference there. And with the airplane, Mike, didn't you say that there's a difference if you're flying east or west?
Yes, like 250 microseconds, I think, for the whole flight in one direction, and the other direction was like negative 40 microseconds or something like that. I can't remember the exact. Something akin to that.
I mean, we don't need to address all the supposed causes of this reification fallacy. All these supposed causes of this reification of time are not causes of this reification fallacy, this absurdity.
We've eliminated all the other posits that
we know of.
The whole point of these things is to use things.
Eliminated all the others, so there's only one
variable. Cause, right? Only one variable is at play. That's why cesium clocks are used.
So there's only one thing causing time dilation. What is that?
Altitude, speed.
One thing. I've been told one thing.
Yeah, he wants to say. He wants to say
the
time is the
experiment
one thing.
test different altitude that can one experiment, another test acceleration.
He's
But
robot.
the
He said
cost,
one thing.
that's not what I meant. I didn't
Jace,
mean.
very, very simple question. Hang on. Very simple question. What is
I
the
meant
one
the
thing in the universe?
oscillations. The count of the photon is only caused by one thing, caused by
What
a
is that?
vibrational mode symmetry of one of the p atomic orbitals of the cesium atom. That doesn't change. You aren't changing that symmetry, so those
Who told you that?
photons don't change.
So when I make vibrations symmetrical, that causes time to expand or contract?
What?
I asked you, what is the one thing in the universe that causes time dilation? You told me vibrational mode. So if I make
You're trying to say that it's these other things can cause that photon count to change.
No.
They
That's
can't.
not what I'm saying.
That's why a
No,
cesium clock is.
that's not what I'm saying. Can you stop being like a bowling ball down a hill when you're talking to someone?
You literally said that 2 seconds
No,
ago.
I did not. I didn't say that one time. I didn't say anything
Someone did.
causes time dilation.
Someone
I didn't
did.
say that one time. Okay. Well, once again, you told me that vibrational mode symmetry, whatever that means, causes time dilation. Explain to me what vibrational mode symmetry is.
Yeah, so both molecular and atomic orbitals can have different kinds of stretching and rotational mode vibrations. They have different stretching, like they can stretch symmetrically and asymmetrically, things like that. There's other names. They can have like wigs and wags, just clever names that chemists have come up for it.
So there's atoms or subatomic particles that are vibrating symmetrically or asymmetrically, correct?
It's orbit. Yeah, it's a symmetric.
You got to fix the microphone. I can't hear you clearly.
The cesium atom one that we're talking about, that transition is related to a symmetric stretch of one of its p orbitals, atomic orbitals.
Okay, so the vibrations of these atoms is causing time dilation, correct?
No.
No.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
Oh, man.
So, to me, what the hell you were talking about?
We use the cesium atom for these tests because nothing else can change that, the emission of that photon, other than time changing itself. That's how we've determined that it's time dilation, dude.
So
because
time
nothing else can cause that kind of change.
So time is causing the vibration change in the subatomic particle or the atom.
No, the vibration is just due to it having an atomic p orbital, an electron in it.
Okay,
but
so
the number of vibrations.
Answering my question, you are not making sense. I asked you, slow down, because you think you're making sense. You think you're just a ditz that's just not following.
It makes perfect sense.
You,
anyone
listen,
taking a basic chemistry course.
Listen, if you want to make yourself known to be having knowledge, make it coherent. So here's the question: what causes time dilation?
A different thing than what causes the vibration of cesium atom.
Which is?
I just told you, the symmetry of one of its p orbitals is what causes the photon count that you measure. Now, what causes the change of the photon count is time dilation. We use the cesium clock because nothing can change the photon count other than time itself?
Okay, so
Do you not get that?
Answer
I
Gregory's
can't
question.
be any simpler than that.
You
So,
told
hang
him
on.
that enough. They didn't answer his question. He asked very simply, what causes time dilation?
I already
Yeah.
stated that earlier. I just said it. I said two
He
things:
just
that gravity.
wants it from another source. He just wants from another source.
I will admit, okay, I didn't answer his question exactly. So the things that can cause time dilation are acceleration, gravity, all of the relativistic effects that are out
But
there.
you said there was only
Those are
one
what
cause.
causes time dilation. The cesium clock is used to measure that time dilation.
But that's a multitude of causes. You told me that there was only one cause. Which one is it?
No, you can isolate. You can
Those are
isolate
different.
reasons.
I think I just wasn't understanding what you were saying.
Okay, I have a question for the room. Why are we? What gives us our confidence that that nothing can change the rate of the photon emission?
Oh, that's a good question. It's because when you do the math, the group theory math behind this, you will find a prediction for the energy, frequency, and wavelength of the photon that's emitted. And it is precisely the photon that you measure has those precise energy, wavelength, and frequency.
Okay, sure. That didn't answer my question. So there's a cause for the effect of photon emission, and if it has a cause,
Yeah, I
then
told you.
why are we so sure we can't add to that cause to have more of a cause for more of an effect? How is the cause of the photon emission untouchable? Is my question.
Because the
Unaffectable,
the energy levels don't change. The change in energy between energy level A to energy level B doesn't change. It's a fixed amount. Nothing changes that.
If it has a cause that results in effect, why can't that cause be increased or decreased for an increase in the effect or decrease in the effect?
Because what's causing it is stretching vibrations of one of the p orbitals. And that's only
and why can't that be affected?
Aren't any, it's a set rate. There aren't any other causes.
So I still don't know what causes time dilation. I've gotten a multitude of word salad and then been shamed for not understanding.
Dude, is acceleration word salad?
What's the difference?
Acceleration and gravity.
What's the
Gregory,
difference
so
between
simple.
time dilation,
Right.
the Doppler effect, and the red blue shift? What's the difference?
There's massive. They're not anything. There's nothing related. There's nothing at all that they have in common. That's the difference.
Really? So
Yes.
there's no commonality
There's
between
no commonality
red blue
between any of those
shift,
things. That's right.
Doppler effect, or time dilation. That's what
right.
you're going to claim.
Yes.
The Doppler effect is the broadening of the spectral line as atoms move closer and further away from the detector that you're using. What does that have to do with time dilation?
Well, that's what I'm asking.
Why are you
Because right now, because you guys are talking about light at the base net of all your conversations right now and the effects of the light. So I just don't understand how you can get off in saying that there's no connecting fabric between any of those three things, which I just addressed, which are all premised off of light.
Doppler shift is not premised off of light. Doppler shift is premised off of the way that things propagate through mediums, like the way waves.
What do you mean by things?
Waves.
Are we talking about
waves
EMR?
propagate? The way waves propagate through mediums as they're traveling away or towards you.
Well, right. The waves of what? EMR?
Of anything, of sound.
Can you give me something other than EMR?
I just said sound.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that it?
No, any kind of waves. If there's waves that are propagating, they Doppler shift is a good description of how they're going to behave if they're traveling towards you or away from you. They either spread out, they condense.
Yep, even mechanical waves on a body of water do the same sort of thing. That also exhibits Doppler shift.
But that's just slow waves. That's just slow sound.
What point are we talking about right now?
Well, I kind of jumped conversations a bit just because I wanted to see the the necessary antecedent between those three things, which is all sounds like it's premised off of the medium rather than the effect.
Well, the medium is uniform between them because you have with the atomic, they're in a vacuum chamber. They are doing their work in that's temperature controlled. So if you're not having relative motion between the components inside of that, and then you're just taking the count from them and bringing them back together again and seeing the difference.
The notion of time dilation has a ontological presupposition. What is time?
Yeah, that's what I wanted to ask you, Gregory, because you made a claim that the time in the convention and time in the ultimate are two separate things. So I was just trying to see what you meant by that.
Yeah, I'll this before my question is answered. Time is an eternal, transcendental, universal abstracta. Moments. What time is it? When did that happen? How long did this take? Etc. It's very evident.
I got a bomb to drop.
Like
I'm
a coordinate component.
Excuse me. I got a bomb to drop here. So, I looked up, what do atomic clocks measure? Obviously, the example it gave me was oscillations of cesium 133 atom, and it says, the second is defined by 9 billion some odd oscillations, and it says, however, this definition refers to a cesium atom at a rest temperature of 0 Kelvin, making it very clear that temperature will affect the rate of photon emission from cesium and the speed of its oscillation. So now this thing that you guys are saying is so immutable that, nothing besides time can give you a different reading of how many oscillations you measure. Well, all of a sudden temperature plays a role here, making it very easy.
Controlled.
So,
There's
it's temperature controlled. Well, I'm not all of a sudden, you're hopping onto this new caveat that you got to throw in here. It's temperature controlled.
That's
when my question was, my question was earlier, is that why are we so confident that this oscillation can't be changed or affected in any way and to its immutability?
That's the point of the clock. The temperature control it. It's in a vacuum. It is all these things are taken into account. That's what I said in every single phrase.
A rabbit hole.
Said to you repeatedly, and now you think it's something new being said.
Yeah, if all three devices have the same initial conditions.
Moyak, that cesium is not affected by anything. I clearly heard you state that.
Under the conditions.
So you're thinking that these machines have
the same conditions.
So now you guys have to claim that there's tons of things that could affect the reading. However, they've developed perfect controls for these atomic clocks. And now you're going to have to argue why you believe that they have a foolproof, airtight, perfect control system for these clocks. And one is in the fucking space, traveling at speeds through the fucking solar system. And one is sitting at sea level, exposed to all the external environmental effects.
Well, literally me who made the claim,
and
it's
the only
because
difference is 250 nanoseconds after 5 years or 5 months.
Pressure and temperature.
You got to let me.
Pressure and temperature govern all phenomena.
It's in a vacuum.
So don't leave out pressure.
It's in a vacuum and it's temperature controlled. Right. What the fuck?
It's not in the magnetic vacuum.
Yeah, he's not listening.
I made the claim, and I made that claim because atomic clocks, the one that we have in our university, is in a vacuum, climate-controlled thing, so the temperature doesn't ever change.
Is it wrapped in 20 feet of lead? Is it wrapped in 20 feet of lead?
Holy shit, dude. That's not the only kind of atomic clock that there is. There are ones that aren't dependent.
Yeah, we're talking about cesium. I didn't choose that. You guys said cesium.
Worthless
talking about too.
Yeah, there's other kinds.
Is it wrapped in 20 feet of lead walls?
Picture.
Well, I would
rabbit hole. I mean, what is the point right now? Like, really, what is the point right now?
He's just trying to come up with an excuse why it doesn't work.
So that's why I asked my earlier question.
The point is, you guys haven't accounted for all the variables. That's the point.
But we're talking about variables that are causing an effect, which is an absurdity, which is why I asked the question, what is time? Because supposedly time is dilating. So what is time?
Well, in their mind, it's not time. It's what's called space-time.
That's
Which
not
is their fourth
dependent
dimension.
on the
This is a cacophony. This is a cacophony. One person.
Yeah, time is a fourth dimension. It's not time itself. It's space-time that they're claiming is affected. It's the fourth dimension of their pseudo-Ramonian paradigm.
Which is some kind of portmanteau contraction of space and time, as though that makes it more intelligible. Anyway, I want to hear from one of them, because I can only hear one person at a time. What is time?
I mean, it does make it more intelligible for it to be the fourth coordinate component, because as you mentioned just a moment ago, things occur at a given time. Events, in order to be uniquely identified, you need 4 components: X, Y, Z, and time. You need all 4 of those.
What is time?
It's one of the components of which our reality is made of, or we address.
And what is that? Describe the nature of that. This fourth component.
Right. That's like asking, what is the nature of length?
I mean, do you know what you're talking about? What is this thing you speak of calling time? It's a component. Okay, what is the nature of the component?
It's precisely the same kind of question as asking, what is the nature of length? It's a nonsensical question.
It is? So you don't know what length is? You can't describe the properties of length? You can't describe the nature of length?
Go ahead.
Right. Length has length. Let's go there.
Describe length.
Yeah, go for it.
A particular dimension of extending in space.
Right, and then in a particular dimension extending through time. So now you want to say, well, what's time? We'll just go around in circles over and over and over again. What is space?
Right,
what is
so
time?
you won't concede that you don't even know what time is. You just want to ridicule my question.
Motherfucker.
Right, so what is space then?
The absence of an area of absence in which things can occupy.
Okay, but space has a property of length. Time has a property of amount of time. Like
no, space doesn't have a length. Things have a length. Things that extend in space have a length.
Okay.
Length is a property of a thing extending in space.
What you should be addressing is
period is a property of time.
How many discrete vectors are involved in length?
The fuck.
Okay, so you have yet to tell me what time is. You just respond with condescending ridicule of the question, even though my question is intelligible.
Time has periods. Space has length. Ta-da.
No, space does not have length. It's not a concrete entity. Things extend in space. Space is what
lengths of time.
Things are extending in.
Oh yeah, lengths of time also works. Yeah.
Okay, what is this time? What is this time with length?
Time can also be
measured. What is that space? It's the length of space. I mean, it's just another dimension in which we can address things. Like I said, you need all 4 if you want to uniquely identify an event.
You said it's another dimension?
Uh-huh.
What do you mean by dimension?
What do you mean by dimension?
I mean, when I hear dimension, I think of length with height.
No.
3D.
In this particular case, like if we have to uniquely identify anything that occurs,
technically we only have 2 dimensions.
We need to have
spatial.
We need to have 4. We need to have 4 coordinate components. Without those 4 coordinate components, if we exclude one of those 4, we can't uniquely identify an event.
It's a cacophony. Start over, please, Doofus.
Right. If you want to uniquely identify an event anywhere in our universe, if you exclude any of those 4 components, X, Y, Z, or time, you cannot uniquely identify an event. It's impossible.
It's the progression of events, past to the present to the future. That's what time is, and it's one of the coordinates to causally link events together.
Actually, I would say that that's how we measure it. I'm not sure if that's what it is.
So time is the supposed dimension. A dimension of what?
I'd answer that with time.
I mean, because I understand when you talk about dimensions of a box, the dimension of a box, the length, width, and height of the box. That makes sense.
Well,
so time is a
When are you
dimension.
measuring that box?
I spent it like this before. Sorry, go ahead, Jason. I know you were in the middle of saying something.
I was gonna, time is always implicitly or explicitly.
Yeah.
You can be measuring something, you get its length, width, and height. Either you say you're doing that now, or you're doing that at 2:00 this afternoon. There's always a time coordinate involved with that, whether or not you state it out loud or not.
Okay, I'm following so far. So time is a dimension. It's not a dimension of any concreta. It's a dimension of events.
Kind of.
I
And
mean, I'm reading here right on Google.
Place time into events.
Right. It's
I'm reading.
It's one of the
I'm
four
reading here right on
necessary
Google.
components in order to uniquely identify events.
I'm reading here on Google the very first definition: a measurable extent of some kind, such as length, breadth, depth, or height. That's talking about concreta, and so that makes sense. Okay, a measurable extent of something. Now, you talk about time being a dimension. It makes sense that time is a dimension of events. When did this happen? When did that happen? How long? What is the length of the time span that this event occurred, et cetera, et cetera? Okay. So
I will say that the events are actually just how you count it. It's not the actual essence of time.
So time, an abstracta. It's not a concreta, right? And it's very evident in the way we talk about time. When we talk about time, we're not asking about any particular concrete entity or substance anywhere. We're asking about a quantity of moments that elapsed.
Right. Length doesn't have to be a substance either.
That's right. But it is a dimension of a
time doesn't have to
concreta.
be a substance either.
You think you're refuting me, but you're agreeing with me. Length, breadth, depth, and height aren't.
Yeah, but no one above age 6.
But I gotta finish the sentence, bro.
Grab a hold of a piece of time.
But I gotta finish the sentence, though, James. Why is it necessary for you to interrupt this sentence? Okay.
You weren't speaking.
You cut out.
I was in the middle of the sentence, though.
You weren't
okay.
To the rest of us, you weren't speaking.
Okay, so what I was.
No, he was speaking.
I mean, thank you. But so length, breadth, depth, or height, these are all dimensions of concreta. We talk about a dimension. We understand it's a dimension of any concreta.
It's explicitly implied in all of those cases. Anytime you measure time.
But why did you have to interrupt that sentence? You see, why did you have to interrupt that sentence?
Yeah, that time I did interrupt because what you're saying was silly.
But how do you know it's silly when I didn't even finish it though? Okay, so
started off with
so
everybody involved has a weird internet connection.
So when we talk about length, breadth, depth, or height, we understand we're talking about dimensions of concreta. When we talk about time being a dimension, we understand that it is a dimension of events, moments elapsing over time. So time is not a dimension of any concreta.
Length, breadth, depth, and height, as you say, are dimensions of space, and time is a dimension. It's called the temporal dimension. But they're all dimensions.
Are you trying to refute what I just said, or do you agree with it?
No, I mean, they're all valid dimensions. You're saying they're dimensions of concrete.
Is what I said correct?
I mean, is the distinction you're making that 3 of them are spatial dimensions and 1 of them is a temporal dimension? Because if so, then yeah, that's what I just said.
Yeah, length, breadth, depth, and height are dimensions of concreta. Time is a dimension of events.
Concrete
And
event.
events are not concreta.
Concrete events. How is that any different? Measuring the length of something and measuring
Yeah, the length itself doesn't have any substance to it.
How does that refute what I just said?
Well, how is time not concreta? If you're calling length concreta because it's a measurement.
Length itself is not a concrete entity. You cannot interact or have or express any causal power on length itself. Length is a dimension of concreta. Please pay attention to the sentence.
Okay,
I'm very
so
careful with my words. Length, depth, and height are dimensions of concreta. When we talk about time, it's evident when we talk about time that time is a dimension of events or moments.
Are events concreta?
Over this event.
Right,
Are events concreta?
Events themselves, no. Things happening, things moving in an event, yes.
Yeah, and material changes occur over time. For instance, the stoplight example, the stoplight experiment. In the stoplight experiment, changes occur over time. The time is a necessary thing in order for a material change to occur.
No, it's not.
Yes, time is definitely a necessary thing in order for a change to occur in the stoplight experiment. Don't say
Events
no,
are not
it's
contingent upon time itself.
Yes, yes, it is. The stoplight
not.
experiment does not occur unless passage of time occurs.
An event is not contingent upon time. Time doesn't cause anything.
Well, that's your opinion.
It's your opinion that it does cause things.
Well, let me chime in here really quickly.
If time was not moving forward, the experiment would not take place as it does.
Let me ask you this. Time has meaning upon the hands of the clock, on like an analog clock, but at the axle pin, at the base of the second and the minute and the hour hand, where everything's connected to that axle, time is irrelevant. There's no motion there to be had. It's literally just a change in a series of events. But that's why I say time is just a convention. It's not ultimately a thing.
The clock axles literally rotate, which is why the hands rotate.
Time is not causing events. Why do you say they are?
Because in the stoplight experiment, the change from one state to the next state to the next state cannot occur without the passage of time.
What was the independent variable in the experiment? Because you're saying that time caused the event, so you're saying that time is the independent variable that caused the effect.
We observe over a period of time a change in the material itself.
So how did you manipulate time? How did you grasp a hold of time and cause an effect?
That is all getting cut out by Daislow's hot mic.
You're doing the same thing, like saying space is the cause for matter being in a place.
Thank you. Space and time don't have causal power. And you say you verify this assertion that it does have causal power by an experiment. With that being said, that implies that time is the independent variable which caused the event. But how did you manipulate time to cause an event?
If time was not moving forward, the state of the matter would not change.
That's not an instance of causation. That's an a priori assertion about an implication.
Okay, that's your opinion.
So you have no argument to refute my rebuttal.
No, you just pretend that I have no argument. The reason why the change occurs is because time is passing. You say that it's not the cause, yet it seems to change over time.
Right. When you say the sentence changing over time, that is not implying that time caused the event to occur.
Okay, and without the passage of time, the event would not occur.
The event is not contingent upon time. Time has no causal power. And what you just tried to appeal to substantiate the notion that it does have causal power is not an instance of time causing an effect.
Okay, that's your opinion.
You have no argument. All you want to do is just respond with this unjustified reductionist retort. You think just saying that what I just said is an opinion so as to discredit what I just said refutes what I just said. That's not an argument.
Okay. What I actually said in this conversation was that the state of the experiment changes with respect to time. Without passage of time, the experiment does not change. Your refute of that is to simply say time's not causing anything. That's just
That's
not
why I asked you the
with more
question.
words.
That's why I asked you the question.
All you're
When
doing
did
is
you
you're just
manipulate
using
time?
more words than nuh-uh over and over
That's
and over
why
again.
I asked you the question, doofus. When did you grab a handful of time and manipulate it? Because you had to do this experiment with your hands, did you not? So when did you grab a handful of time to cause an effect?
I need to take time and hold it in my hand in order to change or witness a change that must occur in a passage of time. Why do I have to hold the time in my hand in order for that to
manipulate the
happen?
independent variable, which is supposedly time?
I have to I need to hold microwaves in my hand in order to verify what those microwaves do.
How did you manipulate the independent variable, which you are supposing as time, to cause the...
Hold on. In what reality do I have to hold an independent variable in my hand?
Answer the question or you're a sophist.
In what reality do I need to hold my independent variable in my hand?
This one, since you're saying you did an experiment to cause an effect with time. Doofus?
Fuck all of that, because I can take a microwave transmitter,
Or fuck the
emit those
experiment which you are
microwaves,
appealing to.
cause a
Okay.
change in a remote object, and I don't get to hold those microwaves in my hand. In no reality do I ever have to hold
you
my
want to be
independent variable in my
hyper-fixated
hand
on the
in order for my
pause holding
independent
your
variable to
hand
exist.
instead
That's
of
a
getting the
reality
essence
you
of the
made up.
sentence I said to you, when you know full and well I'm asking you, how did you deliberately manipulate time to cause an effect? You want to play dumb? And you want to ridicule me for being dumb?
Right, because you asked me, when did I hold time in my hand? In no reality is that
So
a sensible
obviously you're
fucking
new
question.
to
In
the
no
world in
reality,
English. You
no
obviously can't
reality
get the gist of what
whatsoever,
someone is saying
in
to
no
you.
reality whatsoever is that a
Trying
sensible
to test
question
me
to
with your
ask.
condescending
If you
rhetoric.
want to
You know
tell
full and
somebody's
well
name,
what I
if you
said,
want
it
to
was
tell
fully
somebody,
intelligible.
if
Want to
you
do
want
this
to
stupid
tell
nonsense
somebody that
and
they are
fixate
executing
on a particular
sophism,
clause in my
okay,
sentence. You want to
I
keep
know that
talking
you
to me
wanted to
and talk
interrupt
to
me. You
you.
complained about people interrupting you enough times. All right.
Yeah, you want to keep talking to me and
If you want to
condescendingly
complain,
spouting back nonsense
if you
that is
want to
non sequitur with
complain,
my question, then I'm going to talk to
hello,
you.
if you
Then
want
I can
to
keep giving me
complain
nonsense and
that
think I'm just going to
somebody,
tolerate that.
hello, if you want to complain that somebody is executing sophism while at the same moment asking me when I hold time in my hands,
So rather than
you
trying
can
to
go ahead
reduce
and
my
fuck
question to
yourself.
absurdity, why don't you just answer the question? How did you manipulate time to cause an effect? You have yet to answer the question.
Can I just pose this? So there's an area of chemistry, chemical kinetics, where we figure out the rate of reactions and the rate law expressions for the reactions, and in that the only variable that's changing, the only independent variable that's changing is time. It's the only independent variable that's changing. So how would you explain that?
Duvis told me that time is causing the change. So how? It's very simple. If someone doesn't answer this question already, with all the gusto and all the arrogance and confidence that is being spewed at me right now, if someone doesn't just answer the question, this is sophistry. How was time manipulated by the experiment conductor in the experiment to cause the event?
All right, so that was interesting that you totally skipped over what J. Ace actually said in order to restate your thing that you're asking for. The time, the
got
passage of
resolved.
time, is the only thing that is occurring in order for the next state of the reaction to occur.
That sentence does not explain to me that. You see, this is how you people answer questions. This is how you people, and you hear me talking. You hear me talking. Okay.
I'm
This is how
trying
you
to
people
answer
keep
the
answering
question.
questions. This is how you people keep answering questions. You give me an answer that is non sequitur with the question. When you tell me the sentence,
passage of time is
when you tell
definitely
me
what
that, when you
makes it
tell me
happen.
the sentence, when you tell me the sentence that time must elapse in order for the event to occur, that is not an instance. That sentence does not explain to me that time caused the event. It's just asserting that time must be a reality in order for events to occur. That doesn't tell me that time is causing the event to occur.
Okay, so if we look at the experiment in one state, and then we don't look at it again at a later time, the event never occurs. we don't observe then the change in its state. However, we do observe later, as time has passed, that the state has changed.
How does that doesn't substantiate the assertion that time caused an event?
Okay, without time, the event did not occur.
Do you know what an inference is, Gregory? Do you know what
Let me say this. Because you keep reifying time. You think time is one billiard ball knocking into another billiard ball. It's not.
Okay, I didn't say it was. Thanks for changing my position for me.
Okay. So there is no concreteness to time. Yes, there must be time in order for an event to occur. That does not mean that time is causing the event.
Okay, what's
You're not
causing
even
it?
thinking about the nature of time. You're just stuck in this presupposition about the ontological nature of time. You're not actually critiquing it. You can't even
Okay, but
conceive in your
what's causing
mind
it, though?
that time is some concrete entity that has causal power. And you never talk about time like that.
Okay, what's the variable that changed that caused the event to occur?
The thing about this is if you don't have events, then you don't have time. So events would be the cause of time then, right?
Okay, but what variable was changed in order for the
No.
experiment to
Answer my
change state?
question. Answer my question.
No, that wasn't a question. It was a statement.
If you say that events are caused by time, then time is caused by events as well, right?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Can you separate the two?
Events occur, and then events are uniquely identified by 4 coordinate components, one of which being time.
And time is uniquely identified by events.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Yeah, events cause time, and time causes
No,
events.
that's not what I'm saying.
Imagine
I mean, you can
how
change my
viable
position
that
for
is,
me.
though.
That's how
Like-
these arguments usually break down, is when other people tell me what my position is.
It's crazy how viable what he just said was, though. That, people want to view it from one perspective where the chemical reaction is going on. They say, oh, well, thank goodness, and that's because of time. But the thing is, the chemicals have what it takes to react, and because of maybe it's them fueling time, that they have what it takes to make change, and their performance is what allows there to be time. But of course, there's this whole other component of it with like the observer, because I mean, time in the most relatable sense is an experience.
But let's not confuse motion with time, because motion change happens over time. So motion change events are not contingent upon time. They simply happen over time. But time is not causing the event to occur. Time is an abstract entity. It has no causal power.
All right, so we've been in this discussion for a while now. Has anybody else in this room actually went ahead and searched what the stoplight experiment is?
That's where the chemicals together and they cycle between colors.
Uh-huh. There's 3 unique states.
That's really cool.
Yeah, and like
it is really cool.
The amount of products that you get from certain reactions is solely dependent on time in some cases.
Yeah.
Why do you insist on reifying time as a concrete entity with causal power?
Because
Why do you
clearly
not
something
attribute
is occurring
causal power
over
to
time,
concrete?
and if nothing happened, or if no change in time occurred, then it wouldn't have happened.
Yeah, there would be you would have products from the reaction if time was not occurring.
But why don't you attribute causal power to concrete entities?
Well, what's the variable that's being changed in the stoplight experiment?
What is the variable? You're not manipulating time, are you?
Yes, we're observing over a period of time that things have changed. And the only reason that they changed, is because time has passed.
Observing an event elapsing over time is not the same as manipulating time.
Okay, This is why I asked if
Observation is not an
anybody
act of
else in this room
manipulation.
had actually looked up. This is why I asked if anybody else in this room had looked up the stoplight experiment yet.
I'm
Because there
looking
are
at it right
three
now.
unique. Because
But
there
the
are
assertion,
three unique states of that experiment, and the only transition that can occur between those three states occurs over time.
so time is causing. So let me ask you this: so time is causing us to have this conversation right now.
Gregory, 1 second, mate. Try and get in quickly. Don't you have to shake it twice in order to get the 3 different states? So you mix it once, and then you shake it, and then you wait a while, and then it changes to another color. I can't remember the order of the color. I just remember it's like yellow first, and then red, and then green, or something like that. I can't remember the exact order.
The initial mixing. The
there's a
initial
whole-
mixing does not have to occur in 2 different stages. It can occur in one single stage. Once that
there's a
initial
whole-
mixing has occurred, the state that it's in then changes to another state, and then after another period of time changes into another state.
Yeah, but what you're doing is you're shaking it. Yeah, you're
There's
shaking
also
it to get it to like the
there's-
final.
there's-
Okay, cool.
there's
Can
a
I
multitude
say my thing? Can I say my thing? Okay, cool. So you're shaking it to get it to like stage 3, and then it comes back to stage 2 after a while, and it comes back to stage 1 after a while. Is that the one you're talking about?
That particular example, yes, there are multiple kinds of them, multiple kinds of
Right,
those
right.
types of
It's just so,
experiments.
it's just so I know what you're referring to. So yes,
Hey,
I know what
can
you're
you listen for a second? There's many chemical reactions that don't require any kind of shaking or any other kind of outside influence. They only are reliant on the amount of time that passes is the variable that directly influences the amount of product that you get.
You have to know what time is, and if you want to get down to the nitty gritty, you have to understand what time is. Time is just a measurement for the period in sectors that the sun crosses the sky. So you should say that the sun is the cause, not the time.
Thank you. Like when you look at the video right here, I'm looking at this man pour substances, concrete substances, into a container, which is causing the liquid to change color, not time.
As I said before,
Video you posted
there's
where?
multitude reactions in chemistry that don't rely on any kind of shaking or any kind of outside influence other than the passage of time for
You keep saying that. You're dedicated to this notion.
I can debunk you right there. I can easily debunk you right there.
You just refuse to
Temperature.
consider that the assertion is a priori
those
absurd.
things were at near absolute zero, that reaction would never occur.
Like you just dedicated to this notion. You're not even changing this a priori absurd statement.
Cryogenic. There's reactions that we do at liquid helium temperatures, man. They still occur. It just takes longer time.
Jace, you just conceded earlier that time is a dimension of events, which are not concrete. Time is not concrete. Stop assigning causal power to entities.
Neither is length.
That you can grab a hold of time and hold it in your hand. No one's saying, like, anyone over like 6
Your argument
months.
has failed. You just refuse to concede that your argument has failed. You just keep resisting me.
No,
Because
you
it
have
hasn't.
no rebuttal against the argument. You're just saying it's not
Yo, what up? Illegal is in the house.
That's
sure
not
we all
an
missed
argument,
illegal.
bro.
You just keep misplacing concreteness upon abstracta. It's not a concrete entity. It doesn't have
How
causal
about
power.
evidence for your claims?
Do you even understand the question you just asked? What do you mean by the question you
What
just
is
asked?
your evidence to refute the freaking entire field of chemical kinetics, dude? I'd love to hear.
Explain what you mean by your question. Because I'm not answering questions about evidence until someone actually knows what they're talking about when they talk about evidence.
Ain't nobody got time for this.
Yeah, so data, measurements, observations that are positively indicative of and exclusively concordant with your conclusion above all others.
Yeah. Okay. So the very fact that in the entirety of our human experience, we have never had a concrete action with time. Never have you had it.
Data, measurements,
Listen. Stop interrupting. Never in your human experience at all. Ever. No one ever has ever had an empirical experience of time. You've never had an empirical sensation of time.
Except for the stoplight.
That's what demonstrates. That's what demonstrates the fact that
For all of chemical kinetics.
in space it has no causal power. You have never seen it. You've never tasted it. You have never touched it. You have never heard it.
Yeah, no one's
And
made
no
that
property.
claim.
Absolutely
No one's
no
saying
property.
time.
It has
Nobody's
absolutely
saying
no. It has
time.
absolutely. It has absolutely no properties of concrete.
No,
That's the evidence.
silly. That's silly, man. No one's
It's
saying
not silliness.
time.
You have never studied a lick of philosophy in your life. That's your problem. You've never studied
you're
physics at
making
all. You don't understand basic metaphysical principles. That's why you keep making this reification fallacy of time. You have never had any concrete experience of time. It doesn't have any of the properties of concreta. It's not concrete. It's abstract.
So you have no evidence. You can just shorthand your
What
whole.
do you mean you have no evidence? The evidence is that there is no concrete property of time. You have yet to show me concrete property of time. The evidence is on you.
Is
So he's
space
got no
is
evidence.
space the cause for my shoe to be on my foot?
Hey, you guys, I'd love to stay, but I have to go. There's a bunch of concepts that I have to go manipulate, so I'll be right back.
Enjoy. Yeah, I just looked up. I just looked up what you're talking about, and it says that there's actually a number of things that can affect the rate of change in a reaction. Pressure, temperature.
Yeah, I already
there's a couple
debunked
of
that
others.
earlier.
Good lord. How about you hold the
Well, I don't
temperature?
look, man. I'm not qualified in chemical kinetics, but this guy's just claimed that time is the only variable, and that
Yes,
that isn't.
as you
It's
hold.
Jay,
Yes,
you're looking like a fool.
hold
Jay, you're looking like a fool. You can't get rid of temperature.
You hold the
Right,
temperature.
but you can control it. That's what control variables
Yeah,
are.
you can control its fluctuations, but you can't keep it from playing a role. You can't play it in as being a variable in the reaction. You guys need to keep up.
There
So
are
you control
reactions.
for it.
Can I
Obviously, the thing that you're varying is the thing that you're interested in, and right now, the only thing that's varying is time.
There are
No, but he said that was
reactions.
the only thing
There
in
are.
chemical
Let
kinetics.
me fucking respond. Holy shit. There are reactions that do not have any reliance on pressure or temperature, but for the ones that do, we hold the temperature and the pressure constant, genius. They're called control variables, so that time is the only variable the reaction is dependent upon.
Reification fallacy.
How is this a reification?
Misplaced concreteness upon an abstract time.
Unless you're saying that you're either speeding up or slowing down time as your one variable that you're actually affecting, then I could also say you're keeping the temperature constant as just as much as you're keeping the flow of time constant.
No, it doesn't,
We're
because
not
then
observing the events
we can change the temperature and show that that's incorrect. Jesus Christ, guys.
The time is a constant too.
No, it's not. You can
Yeah,
do the reaction for a minute.
It's perfect.
You can
It's
do it
perfect
for an
still.
hour.
Concreteness upon
Do
the
it for a day.
application fallacy.
The
No, it's not.
concentration of the products is dependent upon the time elapsed and certain
Reification fallacy.
reactions.
Yeah,
No, it's just
you can keep saying
reality,
reification
though.
Show me
fallacy.
the
It's not going to
concrete
be true.
properties of
Chemists do
time.
every day.
Show me the concrete properties of time.
Fallacy.
The burden of proof is on you.
If you say
Show me the
reification,
concrete
it
properties of
immediately
time.
becomes fact.
Yeah, if you say it reification multiple times, maybe it becomes a reification fallacy. Maybe.
Doofus gave you
Here-
an
here-
example of one. There's also the
Show me
iodine.
the concrete properties of time. Answer the question of yourself.
Ooh, here's this part again. Because
Here,
when
let
do
me-
I get to hold time in my hand? You asked that
So
question.
boring.
So if you're going to complain about sophism,
Here, let me throw a
one
monkey
single
wrench.
eternal moment. Prove me wrong.
Yeah, let me throw a monkey wrench in this. Linear time is an illusion. There's only the infinite now. How about that?
I mean,
That seems to
is
be
a
go
monkey
against
wrench
what we were
random.
talking about earlier.
What goes against what you? Sorry, I wasn't here earlier, so.
The
experiment where they show that time is not immutable. That it varies
not
based
what?
upon location. Time varies but with speed and distance from a gravity well.
No, we never proved that. All we know is that you say the clock's
I know you
changed,
said it was.
not the time.
Sorry, I'm triggered. Did you say gravity well?
Right.
See, then we'll have to digress into all that.
Yeah, I know.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
Yeah.
See, this is what happened with materialism. You're reduced to all sorts of absurdities where all abstracted becomes some kind of material substance, and that requires substantiation. It requires a posteriori data to substantiate this, a posteriori assertion. Okay, so you need to substantiate the assertion that time has concrete properties. Do it.
I love the tu quo.
And the test did that.
The tu quo qui Gregory. That's what I'm gonna call you. Hey, we're not going to accept your projection onto us. So stop doing it.
Projecting? What am I projected?
What you just said was projection.
No. What did I project?
Tell us, you already forgot. Oh boy.
Your abstracta, concreta, all of that is just projection.
Projection.
Unification nonsense. It's just
Right.
projection because you don't have
Not an
any.
intelligible combination of English words.
No, they're words that you were saying.
Right. So you mentioned the words concreta and abstracta, therefore projecting. This supposed to be a coherent sentence?
Yes, you're saying that time is not concreta.
Haphazardly throw out the words concrete and abstracted without forming in a grammatically intelligible sentence.
Right. He was about to.
Yeah. So
yeah, I said it while you were interrupting. You're saying
no, you didn't say anything. I heard everything you said. You haven't identified what I'm projecting.
You're over talking him again.
You haven't identified anything that I'm projecting.
All the evidence that we give you, you just say, "Oh, it's a reification fallacy." No,
right, because you're understanding that your a priori assertion is absurd. That's your problem. You don't. You don't accept the fact your a priori assertion is absurd. Any philosopher would laugh in your face. This is ridiculous.
Your
misplaced concreteness upon time. And you can't show me any instance of time having a concrete property.
Not ours. We're not going to accept.
Shown me any instance of time with a concrete property. Not once.
Given you many examples, and you just
no, you haven't. The traffic light experiment is not an instance of time causing the change. The traffic light experiment is an instance of concrete substances causing the change.
Words can never harm me. Not going to accept it.
This is pseudoscientific bullshit.
Right, that's
everything you appeal to. Everything you appeal to is not an instance of time causing anything. You haven't manipulated time in any experiment, and the experiment that you gave me is not an instance of an abstracted causing an event. It's an instance of a concrete substance causing the change of the colors of the liquid. Fucking ridiculous. Anyone with two brain cells to rub together can recognize that. You've been educated into imbecility and think condescendingly shaming me for not conceding to this obvious prima facie absurd statements is supposed to win the argument.
So what is causing the reaction, Gregory? When I do the same thing, same conditions, same reactants, same temperature, same pressure, put the flask in the same exact spot, and I let it go for 5 minutes, and I measure the concentration of the reactants, and I let it go for an hour, and I measure the concentration of the reactants. I let it go for a day, and then I measure the concentration of reactants. They are different concentrations. Why is that?
Okay, so it's really so difficult. It's really so difficult for you to conceive that a concrete entity with substance, extension in space, and its properties and how it functions in the uniformity of nature is something that caused the effect. Is that so hard for you to conceive?
What?
That's so absurd.
What was the cause? Is what I'm asking. I want you to tell me the cause.
A particular concrete substance, whatever liquid you poured into the cup. I'm not a chemist. I don't know all these Latin terms that you use to identify a particular chemical. I just know it's
So
not some fucking
the
concrete. It's
the
a concrete
liquid
substance. You
caused
pour it
itself.
into the cup, into the bottle, which causes the liquid to change color. Very simple. A 5-year-old can understand that.
So the liquid caused itself.
The reaction wasn't going to happen until you brought the two things together, allowed them to work out their differences. That's the way I like to put it anyways.
Yeah, but the amount, the concentration of the products is directly reliant on time. Is what you guys aren't getting.
It's not reliant on time. Time is not concrete.
Yep. Without the passage of time,
We
nothing
make
would have
rate
changed.
laws for
Ridiculous.
reactions, dude.
So this is
Because
religious
they're reliant on
fundamentalism.
time. They
Devout
have a
religious
direct
people
relationship with time.
There's no instance in which time
Like
can
I
cause.
said,
They keep
Okay, that
referring
was
to time
actual
as
projection
concrete
just now.
substance.
Is space the cause? Is space the cause for a shoe being on my foot?
So for a first order reaction,
Every time
the
you ask the question, you don't answer. Every time.
no,
Yeah,
that's
they always
the-
run away from that one.
yeah,
It's exactly what they're doing, and they know how silly it sounds
You
when I
know
throw it back
so
at
much,
them.
Jace. Why don't you
It
just
had to
answer
have
the question
space for your
directly?
foot to go in there.
Well, there had to
As a
be
prerequisite.
space in order for it to happen and be
It's a
there.
necessary precondition
So
for the
it's-
event to occur. It's not a cause of the event. That's what you don't
Exactly.
understand.
the rate of a first order reaction is equal to the time times a rate constant of proportionality.
Jace, listen to this.
And that's just a
The fact that
constant.
there are realities that are necessary preconditions.
Is
The
the
fact that
only
there are realities, listen to this and take it to heart. The fact that there are necessary preconditions for events to occur does not mean that the necessary precondition caused the event, especially when the necessary precondition is an abstract entity.
Well, all of chemical kinetics disagrees.
All of chemists who are stupid ass
we have an
materialists disagree
online
with me.
philosophy major who thinks that he understands the world and he's using philosophy to misunderstand everything.
Is space the
unlearn.
cause for a shoe to be on my foot?
It's all just a facade for the
I'll
fact
never
that
get
there's
old.
some evidence for
Answer the
his
question. You know so much. I'm so stupid. Answer the question.
What was the question?
Does space cause my shoe to be on my foot?
No, that's silly.
All right, then.
Now you're just calling yourself silly because my shoe wasn't on my
But that's
foot
not
before,
what I
and now it
said at
is.
all.
Space must have caused the shoe to get on my foot, because if space wasn't there for the shoe to pass, make its passage through, things need space, the passage of space to
prerequisite.
travel through.
Right, but you're not
Prerequisite.
varying space over the length of the experiment.
I went through the passage of space, just like you're saying things are going through the passage of time. You know that passage usually refers to like a physical passage, right? And we use it metaphorically in that sense for time.
Right, so the independent variable is a distance. Actually, we do use distances as independent variables all the time.
Let's just get back to the heart of the question. Is space the cause?
No, this is a good place to be. Distance is used as an independent variable in your example.
Yeah, I'm not talking about distance. I said space.
Okay, a dimension of distance.
Space is a dimension of distance? Is that really what you want to say?
I mean, it works. There's three
By the
spatial
way,
dimensions.
the other guy said this whole thing was silly. That it's silly to say space is the cause for my shoe to be on my foot. What do you say?
Distance is measuring a certain amount of space. It's not space. He's talking about space itself, not the measurement of a certain amount of space, just space.
We got him trapped.
Well, we're varying distance over that length of that
Not
experiment.
distance. Not the distance. Not the amount of space. Not the amount of space. The distance of space. The length of space. Just space.
Okay. Well, over this stoplight experiment, we're varying the passage of time, or the amount of time.
Yeah, that's the distance, but you're not varying time. You're measuring the duration of time. The duration of time, just like the space. There's space, and then there's the length of space, And then there's time, and then there's the duration of time. You're manipulating the duration or changing the duration of times, but you're not manipulating time itself.
Okay, cool. Time is an independent variable. Thank you.
No, you're not. You can't manipulate time. It can't be an independent variable. It's not a viable independent variable because time is not manipulated. You can't manipulate time.
Okay, we just showed that actually does occur.
Statement, could you say that you can't manipulate distance also? Like the distance between my electrodes or my anode and cathode?
Distance is a certain amount of space.
Don't treat
and the period of time is the length of time.
Right, that's the length of time, but you're not manipulating time itself.
Okay, well then, if you want to be happy about it, we can say the independent variable is the passage of time. Everybody's happy.
Wow, we've just spent hours playing the philosophy game in order to try and avoid the inescapable.
Is space the cause of a shoe on my foot?
No, the distance. You're using distance as an independent variable.
No. Is the answer yes or no?
You're using distance as the independent variable.
No. I'm asking you a question. Is space the cause of a shoe on my foot?
No, because that's not how you set up your experiment.
Oh, good. So is time the cause of a chemical reaction?
Passage of time, yes.
Is time?
Well, yes.
Oh, yes.
The period of time that had to elapse in order for the state to change definitely did cause there to be a change in state.
And in fact, with the airplane example, more time elapses in the airplanes flying east than west.
Just
more cycles, more of the experiment, more cycles happen.
Not the period of time. You keep saying period of time. We're talking not period of time, time, not distance, space, not duration of time, time itself. You're not manipulating time itself or space itself. Time and space cannot be manipulated, but the duration and the length you can vary. Yeah, but you're not varying and manipulating time itself. You're not slowing it down. You're not speeding it up. You're not stopping time. You're not speeding up time. You're not slowing down time.
Actually, you are.
Okay. We already came back to this example again.
You can stop time.
Of time that
awesome. Yeah, that's amazing. You can stop time. Cool.
You can vary it.
Yeah. We had already agreed in this very conversation that the amount of time that had to elapse in order for a change in state to occur, our independent variable was the passage of time. We already came to that agreement.
But wouldn't that be assumption? Because you would have to stop time and then see if it did the same thing while time is stopped. And if it still did the same thing while time is stopped, then you could eliminate time as being the cause. But you can't stop time, so you can't.
All right, so we're back to this again for the fifth time. The passage of time was used as an independent variable. I can manipulate the passage of time. Yes, I can say 0 passage of time, the effect did not occur. 30 seconds of elapsed time, the effect did occur. So obviously the passage of time has been manipulated.
You didn't manipulate anything.
Yes, the amount of time that was used in order to observe what I observed.
I've heard this argument.
I'll give you 5 seconds. I'll give you 5 seconds of a period of time. What are you going to do to that 5 seconds? How are you going to change that 5 seconds?
Well, I can, if I wanted to change the passage of time for the duration of an experiment, all I do is just change the duration. That's all I have to do. In order to manipulate my independent variable, I just change the amount of something. So if I have 5 seconds of time or 30 seconds of time, those are two different things. I've manipulated something.
I don't see any manipulation going on here.
Yeah, according to your logic. See, here's the thing. According to your logic, time is the cause of everything. It's the cause. It's the independent variable for all things. Everything that takes place in our reality, time is the cause.
No. You can keep it uniform. You can control it.
You can control time.
Oh
can
my
stop
God, the amount
time.
of time that you're using.
You can speed up time. You can slow time. What do you mean by control?
Yes. Actually, I can speed up time and slow down time. That's evident with the
Oh, wow.
hadral flight.
Yeah, hey,
So
Keating.
yes, hateful Keating. Yes. So I can actually vary time. But that aside,
No, you cannot. You
you can
cannot vary.
control time and use the same time every time.
I'm
10
not
seconds.
going back into the conversation about atomic clocks. I'm out.
Good.
Yeah, I mean, the data recorded shows that the passage of time has been changed.
It's not uniform. It's not uniform for all participants in time.
So what about time is changing? Is the device you're using to measure like a unit of measurement? Is that device slowing down or
Under the conditions of the
in a really quick
experiment, there's
overview,
no
there are
known-
in a really
I was
quick
just gonna say-
overview, there are three devices that all keep time the same way, and they're observed before the experiment is conducted to have a consistent time scale that they report. Then they are moved. Then you observe the change.
And I believe it was 4. They had 2 on the ground and 2 in the air.
Oh, okay.
That way they had a little fact check that the equipment all was working right.
I'm sorry, but every time I hear about these kinds of experiments, I like laugh to myself. Like these people
That's
must
sad.
feel silly at some point while they're doing this stuff.
Why? When the evidence shows it that way, I mean, you follow the evidence. Now,
I'm
you
sorry.
could be, I've said this before, but there could be some unknown thing that with elevation makes cesium atoms tick faster. That may be the fact. But since, again, it was predicted ahead of time, this was the method that was chosen for the experiment. It is a device that, by all physics that we know, is not going to be affected by temperature, pressure, heat under the conditions it's set up. No known cause will make them tick differently other than relativistic effects. So at this point, the conclusion is that we have identified time dilation. Now, you may come up in the future and show us how there's little ether tornadoes and unicorns that make cesium tick faster. But that is still yet to be proven. And thus, at this point in time, we have concluded that time dilates.
I want ether tornadoes and unicorns, though.
Whatever you want to assert can do it. That's fine. You want to assert that it's some magnetic effect? All right. You can go and experiment
Ether
with
tornadoes
magnets.
are more of
Find
a
out
lemon
what
thing, though.
you can make put it in a strong magnetic field and say, oh, look, it ticked faster. And that just in keeping with what we saw in the atmosphere. But then you have to go up there and show that those conditions exist for the planes to have flown through. And once you do that, you'll have disproven time dilation. At this point, science goes with the best model, best evidence, and right now it says time dilates.
Again, I gotta ask, like, are we saying that the dilation of time is represented solely in the devices, or what about time is truly being detected? I'm sorry if I'm missing something.
We have a uniform time standard, one that ticks very regularly to the 5 billionth or 10 billionth of a second. And it ticks day in, day out, perfectly maintaining that cadence. Now, when we take that device up in an airplane, we have predicted that if it moves east, there'll be approximately a 200 millisecond. I think it was increase in the passage of time. That will have experienced more time. And if you go the other direction, you'll have a negative 40 or 50 millisecond. Microsecond.
Yeah. Way too much.
Yeah. Microsecond change in the amount of time. That was predicted ahead of time. We went up, we did it. It came in within, 10, 15% of that and followed the direction. In other words, the one that was supposed to be 200 was in the area of 200. The one that was supposed to be 50 was in the area of 50. And was well within the margin of error for the precision of the equipment. Now, we still haven't proved that unicorns didn't do it. But nobody has demonstrated unicorns yet.
So we're matching this. What's the speed of the Earth rotating? Something like 1,000 miles an hour. What did they say it is?
It really has
no
to do with the
requirement to
speed
match
relative to each other.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's relative to speed
Sorry?
to the stationary clocks.
I'm sorry.
Right. There's no need to match the rotation rate of the Earth.
Well, I'm just wondering. I guess I don't even know how to ask this question right now. Sorry. I'm wondering. This time dilation that they're picking up with this unaffected clock. Flying, one flying to the left, one flying to the right. So we're assuming that the Earth is rotating in one certain direction, right? So that would mean that this clock flying with the direction of the Earth, that means that time will speed up. This is what we're expecting, right? And we're basing this off of the speed of something like 1,000 miles an hour, right? What's the speed of the Earth? This matters. If we're talking about the speed, doesn't this matter? The speed of the Earth rotation?
It's 500. It's 590, 580 miles per hour is what we're talking about with
580
commercial
miles
airliners.
per hour. Okay, and then
Yeah,
you
the
have a plane
aircraft.
flying. How fast was this plane flying? Right, that matters
Well,
too.
That's the speed was part of the test.
Yeah,
And they
because if
monitored
you're
the
gonna
speed.
have an atomic clock and pray that nothing affects it, why are you putting it in a plane? And what? Am I missing something?
They've also done this, as far as I understand it. They've done it in fixed things like buildings and mountains. You take one, you stick it at the top of a mountain, and all you'll do is get, I can't remember whether it's relative or special relative, but only it narrows it down to just one effect, just the gravity effect.
Yeah, general.
General relative.
Yeah, it sounds like they're trying to detect the motion of the Earth, right?
No, in
They're
this
trying
case,
to
that was
figure out
motion.
if there is a speed to be affected by the rotation.
By this point in the when they're setting up this experiment, the rotation of the Earth had already been measured. What they're trying to detect is what they already have for the figures for the rotation of the Earth and the figures for the velocities of the aircraft. They then put that all together into special relativity, and then they figured out what the figures would be for traveling in either direction.
And damn, they came close.
So they're considering they're already considering a supposed speed of the rotation of the Earth, and they're doing this experiment based off of that, right?
Well, to them, it's not supposed because it's been measured, and they used that in order to come up with the figures that they
By
had.
what? Who measured the size of the Earth?
The size of the Earth?
Well, yeah, or how fast it's spinning. Like, who first measured it? If there is an experiment to detect the motion of it, what is this freaking experiment you're using? Right? Am I wrong to ask this fucking question? I'm sorry, I get kind of fed up. Do you understand why I'm asking this question?
Right. It doesn't really matter who first detected it. If you want to go into how you can go about detecting it for yourself, we can do that.
If you're factoring at a certain speed, which is going to determine, bro, all right, do I got to do this? I don't want to do this.
Bro, when you ignore all the other evidence, yeah, your thing makes sense. But when you actually don't ignore things like gyroscopes and Foucault's pendulum and fucking pictures of the fucking Earth that when you stop ignoring those things,
Pictures of the Earth?
makes sense.
Where are these pictures of the Earth?
You haven't seen a picture. You're over like 5 years old and you haven't seen a picture of the Earth?
Are you talking about NASA? Are you talking about blue marble data?
What about just like regular universities that also use satellite to take pictures?
What?
Are they
now? All right, change the subject, dude. Go ahead. Matter of fact, this kind of I'm going to go ahead and look into this Michelson-Morley experiment more because I have a few questions that I didn't get answered right away. I guess I got to go figure it out for myself, man.
All right. Well, for your edification, the Michelson-Morley, or whatever, that particular experiment was not devised to detect the rotation of the Earth. It was devised to detect the light relative to a stationary proposed ether at the time. The later experiment, Michelson-Gale-Pearson, was devised to detect the rotation of the Earth.
Thanks, man. I'll look into Michelson-Gale-Pearson as well.
Hey, Doofus, say that again. My bad. Say that one more time.
Oh, Michelson-Morley.
I just want to say, man, I'm not convinced. I feel like I heard a few things, and I got to look into this now. Be right back.
I just want to hear what Doofus said one more time.
Right, Michelson-Morley, the arrangement of that setup, that was not designed or devised to be able to detect the rotation of the Earth, since they were just looking for what they proposed the stationary ether that they thought the Earth was going through was doing to light, or how light would be moving through that stationary ether that they proposed existed. The later experiment, the Michelson-Gale-Pearson, was a proper interferometer. That one was actually designed to detect the rotation of the Earth.
Okay. Yeah, I wasn't asking you to repeat to like challenge you or anything. I agree with that sentiment.
Right. Yeah. No, that's fine. I can repeat things. I tend to. We're in that arena.
Yeah. But did the guy leave to supposedly go
to investigate, ideally?
I just find it so strange, like they basing your entire worldview on what people on the internet, how well they can explain something to you. It's so bizarre.
Yo, first 30 seconds of the first video I click says that Albert Michelson discovered that the Earth doesn't move. That's the first thing this video says. What are the odds of that?
Which video is this?
I just put it in the live stream text. I suggest everybody take a look at this video, man. I like this guy's what he's getting into right now. So I'm gonna really fall back and watch this for now. And
is this a science video or is this somebody more on the scale of us?
Bro, I'm gonna learn from it, and you could do whatever you want. All right.
It's a flat Earth origins video.
Okay.
Not biased or anything. Can't be any bias there.
As though there can't be any bias on your part. There's bias in everyone.
Yeah, that's why we work to eliminate biases.
No, you don't need to
Actually,
eliminate
you really
biases. You need to do an internal critique and justify the position.
We do statistical analysis on our statistical analysis on biases. Literally.
Yeah. So my point still stands. It's not a matter of removing biases. You're going to believe something and disbelieve something else. You're going to prefer something and disprefer something else. It's not a matter of removing biases. It's a matter of doing an internal critique and justifying the position.
Sure, that's a part of it as well. But like when I do a test or experiment, whatever you want to call it, in biochemistry, I don't have any prior like belief of anything, man. I just go on what the test tells me.
Yeah, a lot of people think they do that. A lot of people think that they don't have an a priori
Subconscious.
theory or presuppositions that interpret the data. There are no uninterpreted facts.
It's subconscious. The tests are biased. They're actually programming you subliminally.
Subliminal messaging. Is it the synchrotron that's giving me the subliminal messages, maybe?
Well, that'll do it. Plus some of the letters they use, they just have a little bit of a tweak to them. And if you look at them under a microscope, they actually say things like, messages written in the script that you don't realize you're reading.
No way.
Well, I do agree with Gregory that you should do an internal critique and go with the position that is best supported by the evidence. That's what scientists strive to do.
But you scientists think that you don't have any presuppositions, that you don't have any beliefs that control your interpretation. It's just false. It's just dishonest.
Well, stop saying beliefs. There's evidence that is used, and that knowledge is used in your experimentation. That's all known. You're basically equating the belief to the knowledge. You're saying that the knowledge is not really a knowledge; it's belief.
That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm just saying that there's a supposition that is believed. So we don't need to stigmatize belief.
Just that sentence alone is kind of showing that you're trying to equate the knowledge as pseudoscience when the science.
I'm not.
Well, let's give us an example.
I'm just referring to the fact.
Let's do something scientific.
Why do I have to be interrupted? Like, why?
Well, what you're interrupting me?
Why is it so difficult?
It's not that difficult, Gregory. Let's have an example of something that you do something.
So you can't keep critiquing my position when the critique is false.
Real quick, Greg, why don't you just give me an example of something we would do scientifically where we would use these presuppositions or these beliefs? Give me an example of that.
The entirety of the scientific method, the causation inquiry method, is based on the presupposition that that nature is uniform, that the future will generally be like the past. That is not validated by the scientific method.
That's never been said.
That is not substantiated by the scientific method. You presuppose that.
Oh, I don't know. I think that's said, isn't it, Janik?
I think it's said that the past will dictate the future.
No, the future will generally. It's not that hard. It's not that hard. Just listen carefully. The future will generally be like the past. That is a presupposition, a valid presupposition of the scientific method. But that presupposition is not demonstrated to be true by the scientific method. It's based on the presupposition that it's true.
Why is it?
It's called uniformitarianism, and
yes, the uniformity of nature,
substantiated by different methods like radiometric dating and isochronic dating and things like that. Because this falls into the realm. These are
you're appealing to the past.
Predictive quality.
No,
predictive science.
Listen,
these
you're
are
appealing to the past.
Predictive sciences.
The evidence that supports uniformitarianism is radiometric dating and isochron dating, and all of the evidence for evolution, basically.
Give me a specific example. Let's not get too obtuse here.
Okay, I'll give you one
example of something.
I stick my hand in a pot of boiling water.
This is the problem with you people. We can never have a cogent conversation. Everyone is so eager to talk.
Shut up, Gregory.
Let Gregory reply before you go on a tangent with something else.
So the earlier critique is that I'm trying to univocally identify belief with knowledge. No, I'm not. Stop having this stigmatization and intellectual allergy to the word belief. You see how you had to interrupt me again?
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry for doing that, but come on. Just give us an example. Don't give me something obtuse. Just do something strict.
Let me finish my answer to that I want to say.
Okay.
Stop being so eager to demand what you want from me. Just listen if you want to conversate.
I am listening.
Translation, he'll never answer.
What I was trying to finish is that I'm not equating belief with knowledge. I'm simply referring to the fact that there are things we believe. We have beliefs. This doesn't need to be stigmatized. There are suppositions we accept to be conforming, corresponding to reality. There are
Give me
suppositions we believe. Very simple.
okay. You said it 4
Okay.
times. Give me an example, something simple, something very straightforward, not obtuse, that takes into account this belief system, the presupposition in science, modern science.
The uniformitarianism.
No. That's being
Based on the
obtuse.
scientific,
Be
which
specific.
the scientific
I
method is
want.
based on.
Did you miss the word specific?
That's
Give me an
specific
example.
enough. There's nothing wrong with my example.
That is not an example.
Any
It
and
really is
all
not.
experiments, when
You're
you're
not
trying to
listening.
ascertain
You're
knowledge
so
of cause and effect
arrogant
of
about
natural
you being
phenomena, that is
right here.
fine. It's
You're so
fine. The example is fine. That is a presupposition that scientists hold when they conduct the experiment.
It's not a presupposition because you can't provide any evidence that the past was different. The future is going to be, and all the evidence supports uniformitarianism.
It is a presupposition. You don't experience causation. You don't have a sense experience of
Chase,
causation.
don't let him do this. He's going to stay more and more obtuse as he goes. Get something specific, something simple that we can all relate to.
Why do you keep demanding something specific? Why?
Man, I want to make it an easy conversation. Give me an example that's not uniformitarianism, whatever you just are talking about.
But
Something
that's
simple.
easy for me, Zanuck. That's my realm, man.
I know it is, but
To
for
me,
all the
that
rest of
is
us,
easy.
I know, but all the rest of us, give us a simple, like maybe tie it to flat Earth if you have to.
Okay, fine,
Something that
fine,
we
fine,
presuppose.
fine. You wake up in the morning, you squeeze toothpaste out of your toothpaste tube. How do you know that the toothpaste will squirt out tomorrow?
You don't. Perfect. That's a good. No, we do. We do know that. And I think I know what he's asking. In physics, we understand differential pressure. It's a common term, and it's well known. So we know tomorrow, if we apply these same forces to that toothpaste, we absolutely do know it's going to come out.
Do you know that?
How do you know that's going to
Or could
apply
it
to
work
the
differently
future?
tomorrow?
No, there's not unless something changes. Will it work differently tomorrow?
But
Maybe the
how do
rules of the
you
universe.
know that it will happen tomorrow? How do you know what happened in the future?
I mean, it's the stupidest question ever. I mean, yes, we assume things are uniform, and
That's
it's
your problem.
necessary
You're
for
so
our
high-minded
it's
and
necessary for
prideful.
the
You don't ever
intelligibility of the
consider
universe.
anything that you don't know. Everything that's mentioned to you that you don't know, you mock. That's your problem.
It's because you just do philosophism, which is just trying to, on
You
a
don't
philosophical
realize that the
It is
entirety of
philosophism.
you is a philosophy.
You're just trying
That's
to
a
say,
great
well,
term.
is it possible? Is it possible that tomorrow I stick my hand in a pot of boiling water and it feels like ice? Yes, that's possible.
Is it probable?
Okay.
No. Yes.
So you
Do I have
understand
an
the
example?
question in
Do I
principle, so there's
have
no
time
justification for
to
your
open my
ridicule.
tea?
There is.
It shouldn't
He
be
gave a great
tolerated.
example. My dad used to say this when we were learning physics and studying these kind of arguments. Is it possible that this will happen? Yes, it's possible. Is it probable?
Okay, but that's not the
No.
question.
Hold
It's
on.
not,
You didn't,
not merely
you
that it's
didn't
possible.
even, Gregory. You didn't even let me finish. What did I say? What was I going to finish with? Go ahead. What did I
Is
finish
it probable? Is it probable?
with? Not Mayock. I know you were listening, but Gregory wasn't.
Oh, sorry.
Your
Is it
father is asking
possible?
you, is it possible?
But what was I going to say after that before you interrupted me?
You didn't say it.
Yes, I did. See, when I interrupt you, I know what you're going to say and I can repeat it, but you were talking right over me and I was saying it and you couldn't hear it because you were
Okay,
already
finish the
drove to
sentence.
conclusion. So I'll say it again. So is it possible? Yes, as Mayock said, and as JC said. Is it probable? No. That makes sense?
Okay, so again, the question, how do you know? You appealing to the past events, and you're appealing to the supposed laws of nature,
Statistically.
but you haven't empirically observed laws of nature.
Sure. What's wrong with that?
So you
It
fit
works.
to answer the question. That's the problem. How do you know the future will be like the past? And then you
We
appeal to the
don't.
past.
That's why we give it probabilities
That's how
based
you
on
know.
knowledge.
My
And that's
God.
why it's called philosophism, because you're just trying to say, what if maybe sort of I stick my hand in that pot of
I'm
water
not saying
today
what
and it
if
doesn't
you
burn
start
me?
anything. You
I'm
don't
going to
understand
keep
what I'm
trying.
saying
Gregory,
at
Mayock's
all.
right. Gregory, Mayock's right. He's calling you out on your bullshit.
It's not bullshit. You're not
It is
listening to
bullshit.
it. I didn't even finish the
You're being an
sentence.
idiot.
Why do you people come into this forum and not listen to people who disagree with you? Why?
We are listening.
Because
We
it's
think
bullshit.
Then be quiet until you hear the end of the sentence.
I listened to the whole sentence.
You didn't hear the whole sentence. I didn't
I
finish
did.
it. You didn't.
I did.
You didn't.
I repeat it to you?
You did
Why
not.
is Fordham? What's that?
Okay, so I'm going to try for the umpteenth time to finish the sentence. This is something that is yet to be solved by the materialist in academia. This is still a reigning problem in science. You have not answered it. You think you have. You think it's just so easy. Oh yeah, we experienced this in the past, therefore it'll be like the future. We have these supposed laws of nature, so that's how we know it will be like the future. That's begging the question. And David Hume debunked this argument 300 years ago.
Wow. Your method gets you nowhere. You get no progress with your method where we can just say, oh, we don't know what happens because tomorrow it might not happen.
Stop driving my argument into a wall. That's not the implication I'm trying to reach. But you have to
the place you're pigeonholing yourself.
Reduce my argument to absurdity. So that's not the
absurd.
implication what I'm saying to you. That's not the implication what I'm saying to you. So stop trying to drive my argument into a wall.
I'm sorry. You keep saying absurd things. I'm going to keep calling you on it.
What I'm actually saying is that appealing to the past to justify your knowledge claim that the future will generally be like the past
is the best tool we have.
False.
Yes, and it's statistically significant.
False.
It's the best tool we have.
Begs the question.
And there's no other tool.
You haven't had an empirical experience. You have not had an empirical experience of the future. You haven't had an experience of an event that hasn't happened. Nor have you had an empirical experience of causality.
Gregory, with all you know, all the knowledge we have in biology and sociology and all the other sciences, do you think the entire population of the world will not wake up tomorrow morning?
It's not about how we behave. It's about the principle.
The principle is, based on what you know, we all might not. This might be the last day that humanity.
The point is not about how we pragmatically behave.
Everyone goes to sleep on this earth. We may not wake up. Is it possible that might happen?
It's not about how we pragmatically behave.
You're such a hypocrite. I'm telling you something. You have no idea what I just said because you're talking over me. I know
you're appealing to how we pragmatically behave.
Is it? Just stop talking for a second. Just try to hold yourself back. Do you think the entire humanity, when everyone goes to sleep at some point tonight, will we not wake up the next day? Is it possible?
It's possible.
Okay. Is it probable?
In my worldview, no.
Okay. So why is it not probable? Now we're getting somewhere. Why is it not probable?
Because the God has promised his providence that he will maintain the uniformity of nature.
And pseudoscience? Why not use what we have as hardcore evidence instead of pseudoscience?
Because you keep appealing to empirical sense experiences that happened in the past, which begs the question.
You're such a hypocrite. You're being hypocritical. You just got to telling me that you don't think that we're not going to wake up tomorrow morning, and then the reasons is not because we've always woken up.
No, you said it's impossible. No,
the reason is illogical and is pseudoscience.
You said, is it possible? You didn't ask me.
You're a cross between Elijah and George. If Elijah and George had a love child, that would be you.
I think we were not going to wake up tomorrow. That's not what you asked me. You asked me, is it possible?
Yes, I know.
Okay, so that's not the question you just said that you asked me. Two different questions.
I asked you and you answered it right. You said, yes, based on whatever you based it on, you said, no, I think we will wake up tomorrow.
That's the first question. You asked me the second question, is it possible? I said, my worldview, no.
I said, why not? Gregory, stop, please. I said, why not? After you told me the answer, which we all agree, it's possible. We all would say it's possible because that's the right answer. But is it probable? And you said based on something. No, it's not probable. You use God and some theology or some pseudoscience. And we use
precondition for this to be the case.
Please, you're biting. You're being a hypocrite. Come on. So based on our science and statistics, that's why we think we're going to wake up tomorrow, because there's a lot of evidence that supports that we are going to wake up tomorrow.
Maybe a reason why you believe it, but that does not.
It's not a reason why we believe it. We don't have a belief. It's statistical significance. It's evidence.
That doesn't indicate to you what will happen in the future.
Have you ever taken a statistics class in your life, Gregory?
It does not inform you how the future will unfold.
Oh my God! You are impossible.
It doesn't substantiate the knowledge claim. So all your empirical experiences of the past, do not inform you that the future will be like the past.
Fucking pop is still hot.
That's what probability is all based on. Did you not understand?
Probability, how is probability possible?
You're going to talk over me the whole time. I know right now.
It's called logical induction, Gregory.
Right.
We make inductive
How is it possible?
Arguments.
It's
the only way.
It's the only way to treat the world, because absent that, you end up with philosophardism, where you can't know anything.
Possible?
Yes, we make inductive reasoning that
So what makes
the
that
things we
possible?
observe are going to remain the same until evidence
'Cause anything
otherwise
is
presents
possible.
itself.
What makes that possible?
The
mean,
whole
what
entire
makes
universe
it
could collapse
possible?
tomorrow. That's what makes it possible.
In other words, you don't have any justification to believe that the future will be like the past. You don't have any justification to hold to
Just
the
the
inductive
opposite.
principle.
No, just the
You don't have
opposite.
any justification to hold to the
No,
notion
Has
of
all the
prophecy.
justification.
The fact that you can't provide any evidence to the contrary is the justification.
The evidence that my assertion is true is the fact that you have yet to give me a justification for your belief in the uniformity of nature.
Statistical significance of
That
the
begs
empirical
the
data.
question.
Statistical significance.
You do it
Past
too.
experiences are not empirically. Past experiences
are not
is not
empirical
the
evidence?
same as the future, which is yet to
It
happen.
doesn't matter. That's
Appealing
not the
to the
point.
fact
Gregory,
that these
where
happen,
did
that
you
these things
short
happen to the
circuit?
past.
Where did you get this from? Where did you learn this, or where did you even dream this
Zanuck,
from?
Zanuck,
Where did you conjure this
It's
up from?
philosophy.
Zanuck.
It's
Fake
philosophardism 101.
These past events does not justify the knowledge claim
Actual
that the future will be
philosophers
like
You're
it.
applying it
have
incorrectly.
silly arguments like this.
It begs the question. You have not
What if
experienced the
God
future,
really spelled dog?
and all you have is mockery.
Well, because it's
That's all you
easy to
have.
make
You
fun of
have
you,
no
Greg. You're not making
justification.
any
Every
sense.
time you appeal to the past to justify your belief in the uniformity of nature, it begs the question.
Okay, really? So I'm going to drop a ball tomorrow. Not today, but tomorrow. Will it fall in a vacuum at 9.8 meters per second squared?
Maybe not.
Possibly not. Right? We all agree, right, Greg? Gregory?
As far as I know, it will,
Well, why would you say it will?
because the God maintains the uniformity of nature. He is a necessary precondition for the uniformity of nature to be real,
So is
and so for the
anything?
inductive principle to be a valid
Could
method
he
of
change it?
inquiry.
Now we're getting
Could he
somewhere.
change it?
No. Is there ever been an
No.
experiment that showed a result one day that showed a different result the next?
Well, yeah.
I'm sorry?
Has there ever?
Yeah, there
You got,
has.
this is going to blow your mind. I know, Gregory. Has there ever been an experiment conducted? Like I just gave you an example of dropping something in a vacuum, seeing what the
Okay.
rate of acceleration was. Is there ever been an experiment ever done by man where the next day they do the same experiment and something changes? The result changes. Has that ever happened?
Yeah, there has.
Wow. Mind blowing, right? What happened to uniformity of nature?
Well, it's
Another
human.
factor in the situation occurred to
Yeah.
change the outcome.
Yeah, that's another factor.
Okay,
Humans
wouldn't that
don't have
happen
a
if
complete lockdown on controls of an experiment. We can only try our
Really?
best, which is not perfect.
Now there actually are control variables that have been controlled, and you can't control. There's infinite control variables, right? Because
Yeah,
who knows? I mean, is it possible that anything can affect any? Hold on.
Remember what you
Fundamental.
asked,
Hold on a
Anna.
second.
Remember
Is
what
there
you
anything?
asked. That's why my answer is justified. Okay.
Okay. Does everyone agree that it's possible that it's always going to be a variable that's not considered or known?
Yes.
Sure.
Okay.
Unicorns.
So it's possible. So it's possible.
Yes.
So it means you'll never be able to use an experiment or judge any kind of outcome based on that. That's what you're saying. We can't ever have assertion that the outcome of an experiment the next day will have the same result as the prior day, even if we control as many control variables as possible.
This is how I look at it, Zanuck. It's about being a fair balance between practical and forward thinking.
Oh, practical. That's a humanistic perspective now.
That's my perspective. I mean,
That's practicality.
I'm
is
not the
nothing.
person you've been talking to. I mean, I
I
bet
know.
you feel the
You're
same way
different
I
than
do, though,
Gregory.
right?
Gregory's not making
Yeah.
any sense. You're making sense. Yeah.
What's your
I'd
critique of
imagine
my
everyone
position,
feels
Zanuck?
the same way.
What's your critique of my position, Zanuck? To just
You're
ridicule it as being incoherent to refute my position. So what's your critique?
my critique is that you are using beliefs and equating them to evidence.
And that demonstrates that you don't understand the difference between a priori and a posteriori. And you people always univocally identify your a priori theories
He's talking about white
with the
people.
posteriori data.
White people?
You always do that.
Oh,
You
Lord.
walk through
A
that one.
You never
priori would
acknowledge the
be,
difference.
but to use
You
those
never,
beliefs to interpret the evidence a posteriori, Zanuck. So beliefs do have
I know what
something
he's
to do
saying.
with the interpretation of the evidence.
Well, that's why I asked you about, whether we're all going to wake up tomorrow. And what you said, if it's possible, you said yes. And I said, is it probable? You said no. And then we started arguing about what that reason for your logic, where was your logic based from? It was based on a belief system, because God says we're going to have a uniformity of the universe.
Yeah, you ridicule
God
my
can
theistic
end the universe at any time, so you
postulation.
still don't know.
Yeah.
So you ridicule
In
my
fact, he's supposed to do
theism.
it.
You see, you
Yes, I
ridicule
did.
my theistic position to justify my belief in the uniformity of nature. Why?
Because there are times when those experiments will not yield the same results.
Okay, so you're confusing another factor that may or may not be known in the experiment causing a different outcome with the loss of the uniformity of nature. That changed outcome that you did not expect would not have occurred if the God was not maintaining the uniformity of nature for any causation at all to occur.
Right. Okay, good. I'm glad you said that. So now you're saying that because of uniformity of nature, that if I control every single one of those infinitely controllable variables, then I will have that same outcome because of this uniformity of
Well,
the
they're not
universe.
infinite.
Hold on, you didn't let me finish. See how you did that? Now you're saying that if I do control every one of those uncontrollable variables, that I will have the same outcome due to the uniformity of nature, right?
If the situation doesn't change,
Yes, not going to change.
then the effect will not change.
Good.
But if there's a
Hold
different
it.
factor, a different
Okay,
variable
that's
in
enough.
the situation,
That's
then
enough.
of course it may change.
Okay, that's enough.
But that's not an instance of the loss
Hold
of the
on.
uniformity of nature. That's an instance
You gotta
of
work with me here,
the
Gregory.
uniformity.
I'm
Can
almost
I
there.
finish? Oh,
No, because I wanted that. It's like I
what
wanted a
you
short
said.
answer because I wasn't quite finished. I wanted a quick
Well,
answer.
the answer is longer than you would like.
Dilute what I'm trying to do with you. So you agree that
Well,
if
my
all
answer is longer than you would like. So let me finish the
no, it
sentence and
doesn't.
then continue what
You're
you're trying to
eluding
say.
the
Though
answer and you're obfuscating. Come
I'm
on,
not eluding anything. You just refuse
okay,
to
go
let
ahead.
me finish because you don't like the
You're
entirety of my
right.
answer for whatever reason.
You're right to do it. Go ahead.
Okay. So the entirety of my answer is that when the outcome changed because an unknown variable entered the situation, that's not an instance of the loss of the uniformity of nature. That's still an instance of the uniformity of nature still being maintained.
Right. Good.
A factor entered the situation that you didn't
Yes.
know of.
Right. Good. That's exactly what I wanted you to say. So good. That's more good. So you're saying that if we do control every single variable, that infinite number of variables, control them so nothing changes, the universe will have the same outcome.
In whatever particular experiment that you're doing, yes, if nothing about the situation
So
changes
that is
in the event, then it's going to
you
repeat.
don't need to see. I'm trying to have a diagram, but I need quick answers. But you're right to make them longer if you'd like, but that's your choice. So now we agree now. So now I'm saying, how do we know what's going to happen in the future? Is because of what you said. If all the variables are controlled and we know what happened before, we know what's going to happen in the future.
Right, but what makes that possible? What makes that the case, though?
Because we controlled all the variables.
No. What makes? Listen.
If I change the variable, wouldn't it have a different outcome?
Listen. What caused anything to exist, and what causes causality to be real? What caused uniformity of nature to be what it is? That's what I'm addressing.
Because in your language, the God has established this uniformity of nature, and then as long as you don't change any variable, everything will always happen as they did before.
Well, no. When you change the situation, you change the uniformity of nature. You're
I'm not
changing
changing the situation.
It's going to have a different outcome according to the uniformity of nature.
What situation did I change? I didn't change it. I said I didn't change any variables. All infinite number of variables are controlled.
When you change a variable in the situation, that's not a change in the uniformity of nature. The uniformity of nature is still what it is. The outcome is going to be different according to the uniformity of nature.
Fine. So let's say we change a variable and we see an outcome change. Then we know that all those variables with one variable change will yield this slightly different outcome. And you would agree, right? Because if we did that particular test again and didn't change any variables, only the one change variable, we left that changed and changed to the same extent, then the next time we did that test, it would also follow the uniformity of nature and follow what you're telling us. So that all that is pointing toward, and this is, I've kind of put you into a corner now, and don't wiggle and don't panic. It's okay. Take a breath. That's how we know things will happen in the future, by what we learn in the past. And if we control those variables well enough, we expect things to happen as they did the prior test.
But the assertion that it will be like the future, that the future will be like the past, presupposes an entity that maintains uniformity of nature. That's what you
That's a,
don't understand.
I do understand, but that's a stretch, don't you think?
When you try to justify your belief in the uniformity of nature by
It's not a belief.
appealing
I'm not believing in anything.
to the question.
I'm not believing in anything. You are the one that's believing that this uniformity of nature is because the God is established
You
universal.
don't understand the argument because you have such this strong intellectual allergy to the word belief. Listen to the words I'm saying to you. I keep repeating this critique over and
Stop
over
saying
again,
dumb
and you
things.
whistle past it. Your appeal to the past begs the question: how do you know that the past future will be like the future, which you have not
From a
experienced yet?
philosophical standpoint, so what?
No, because you've already told me that if as long as I control those variables, it will be like the past.
Cause that to be the case? What caused the uniformity of nature to be
Oh
real?
my God! This is because you kept all the variables in check. You didn't change
No,
anything.
that's the uniformity of nature. How did
what
it
caused
become
all those
real?
variables to be? So what caused all those variables to be unchanged? Is that what you're asking me?
No, what caused anything to exist, including causality, the uniformity of nature? That's what you don't understand. We're talking about the
Oh,
preconditions
the cause
that
of the
make
cause.
the uniformity of nature
This is like
possible.
the
You just
gravity.
keep appealing to the fact that there is uniformity of nature to
This
answer
is
my question: what caused uniformity of nature to be real? That
so
begs
this
the
is like
question.
so this is like the gravity discussion, right? Like we all know the law of gravity, the theory of gravity is in debate. So what causes the cause? The cause of the cause is what you're talking about.
No,
Could you give
the
me a cup of
existence
God,
of
please?
nature with its causality is the thing in question. What caused that to be real? Now you
Give me a cup
answer the
of God.
question saying nature. You say answer that question saying nature. You say nature caused nature to be real, and that the uniform of nature caused the uniformity of nature to be real. That begs the question.
I want a cup of God. You got one?
So you need to think about this. When you appeal to the past question, when you appeal to the fact that there is nature and uniformity thereof, you beg the question as to what caused nature and its uniformity to be real.
Why do I care as long as I keep those control variables as constant and as controlled as possible? So it's causing me to control the control variables, what you're saying. God basically gave me this control ability, which he's put into my soul, which I use to control those control variables. Without that, I wouldn't be controlling the control variables, and therefore the experiment would not be replicated, and there would not follow the uniformity of nature. Is that what you're saying? Did he exit?
I want a cup of God.
Oh my God. Some of the conversations are so inane.
I really hate philosophitarianism. It's basically, yes, he's absolutely right. We cannot guarantee the uniform of nature. But you know what? The only way to intelligibly understand the universe is to invoke it.
Well,
it's
the
funny
thing
how
is, we're
he's
talking about
complaining about presuppositions as he's presupposing that God exists. Like, dude,
right?
are you not see that you're a walking contradiction?
The thing is, we have to have something that grounds the presupposition. The thing that grounds the presupposition that nature is uniform is God's declaration that he does not change. Otherwise, you have materialist atheists looking at the universe and making assumptions that are just not grounded.
Or the uniform, nature could be uniform. It could just be. That's how it is. It doesn't have a choice.
Is it possible?
That's saying that it's just the way that it is because it's the way that it is. That
Yeah,
could be true, but
is it
that could
possible?
also be unintellectual and lazy. The full extent of the truth could be that we have a God who is unchanging, uniform, and grounds the uniformity of nature based off of his very nature, which is a deeper truth than just saying, oh, the universe is just the way that it is because it's the way that it
Lemon, is
is.
it possible that there's no God? Is it possible?
It's possible. It's not a possibility
No,
I'm
it's not possible.
exploring, but
It's not
it's
possible.
possible, sure. Is it
There
possible
you
that
go.
God exists? Yes.
Sure. I haven't
It
seen
is
any
not
evidence to
possible
the
that God
effect,
is
so I'm
not
not
real.
going to see
The
it
thing
right
is,
now. But
But the thing is, you get intellectual laziness if you say it's just the way that it is because it's the way that it is. What helps
Well, it's just the
guide
way that it is because
exploration?
God said it
Trying to
is.
find as deep an answer as possible, and a deeper answer is that there is a knowable, eternal God that grounds the uniformity of nature that we can get to know via His creation, as opposed to saying, "Oh, it's just the way that it is because it's the way that it is."
It's just the way it is because God said so. Same thing, no difference.
One encourages exploration, the other one stops exploration dead in its tracks, and is frankly unscientific.
Oh God, no! God, no! The
Yeah, God
religion
saying
is,
so is an
probably more
adequate
of
answer, and there's
stopping
no
of
better
things.
answer. It's the only rational answer.
Jackie.
That's the only answer that's available from his worldview where God can't exist. So now you have to settle for it's just the way that it
my
is because
worldview
it's the way
doesn't
that it
include it.
is, which is unscientific and lazy.
My worldview doesn't include a non-God clause.
So because of the limits of your worldview compared to the answers that are available with a much more broader, deeper worldview, I'm going to have to reject it, Mr. Moyak.
Well, I just said my worldview doesn't include a no God complex prerequisite.
It implies it.
The no God clause should be at the bottom of the
Yeah,
contract.
there's no God. There's no God clause in my worldview.
It implies it. You don't have to come out and say it, but the
it actually
implications
doesn't.
are clear.
I just don't assert it into existence.
Moyak, I'd give you your cup of God, but you'd be upset because it overfloweth.
Well, rather than say there can't be a God, you appear to try to find every other explanation other than God to run kicking and screaming from the otherwise obvious implication.
Well, I mean, basically everything that we see in this world has a natural explanation. I mean, including things that we used to think were magic. So, I mean, right now, I'm not ready to assert God into any of these things. I mean, he may have been the one who set up the rules, but there's still naturalistic explanations for what he has created.
Even
And
that's
sometimes we get
fallacious.
them
Just
wrong.
because you come up with a natural explanation doesn't mean that magic doesn't exist or there's some other explanation that you haven't seen. We just replace the magic explanation with a preferred natural explanation, but that doesn't mean that it's necessarily true or the only game in town. That's fallacious.
And sometimes you get that explanation wrong, right? Remember phlogiston?
Yeah, phlogiston was pretty natural too, but they were quote unquote wrong about that. A lot of this has to do with faith. We have to have faith that we found an adequate explanation and that no additional exploration is necessary or that we're going down the right path. So
I do have to
square
say
one
that phlogiston was
faith
also
and
not something that was real science. It wasn't really modeled. Like the stuff that we do today is a lot better researched, let's say, and experimented with than it was back when they just asserted phlogiston into existence.
Well,
Okay, but what we're not understanding, what we're not appreciating is that it's not a matter of one just being a mere assertion, the other being a substantiated assertion. It's a matter of are the a priori theories adequate to make human experience intelligible, to make the uniformity of nature intelligible. Now, when the naturalist appeals to nature to try and explain what caused nature to be real in the first place with its uniformity, with causality, it simply begs the question.
the why is the
We
justification.
observe uniformity. We observe uniformity. So I mean, whether it doesn't exist, whether it someday will disappear and the Higgs boson will collapse and the boson field will die and the whole universe will just poof out of existence, that could happen.
Here's
But
a definition.
it may even
So that's a
be the
worldview that
mechanism by which God
reduces
ends.
human experience
It may
to
even be
absurdity.
the mechanism by which God ends the universe. He turns off the Higgs boson field.
But the why is the justification.
It
It
simply
does.
boils down to it just is the case. If your answer to the question, it just is the case, then it's entirely possible in your worldview that it could just be the opposite. So it doesn't
No, see, I
account
don't
for the
live in
law-like behavior of
philosophy,
the
so I mean, I
uniformity
don't
of
just sit
nature.
there and like assert philosophy bullshit, like a machine gun, in order to
You
try and
keep
avoid
responding
the
with all this
harsh
ridicule.
truths of
You
the
don't
world.
answer what I just said to you. What I just said to you is that when your answer simply boils down to nature just is real, it just is real. In your worldview, it could just be the opposite. So just saying that it is real doesn't account for the law-like
Well, hold up, real
uniformity of
quick.
nature.
Well, and I would just like to say this real quick too, Moyak. You just calling like in the domain of debate, you just calling philosophy garbage or whatever you feel like is just totally not. No, but I it doesn't. No, you. But again, like just you're interrupting me. Like you just saying that you don't like philosophy in a debate is completely inadequate. Because like in the realm of debate, philosophy totally applies.
Okay, I don't dislike philosophy. I despise philosophism. That's taking philosophy.
No, you're just giving what Greg is saying is totally coherent.
Yes, but it's
Time,
tardism.
guys.
What Gregory is saying is totally coherent arguments, and you're just basically
absurd.
saying it's garbage. Yeah, you're
It's
saying it's garbage.
absurd.
It's just
That's
ad
just a
hominem
lazy.
fallacy. That's not an argument.
He's
It's
taking
not an
it
argument.
to the absurd. Yes, it is possible that tomorrow the universe could end. No, there is no evidence that it will end tomorrow. Therefore, we do stick with the uniformity of nature. Yet there is still the possibility that everything could end as we know it this second. Like right now, it could end. And there's nothing that would stop it. You're right. But it's a meaningless argument that doesn't yield any fruit.
You don't ever address the point that was said to you.
Well,
You don't ever
address
address the same point I've just said to you. I'm trying to reason with you. You won't address it. Your answer begs the question. In your worldview, it doesn't account for the law-like uniformity of nature, because it could just be the opposite.
Well,
saying that the uniformity of nature is real.
Well, Moyak, the thing is, when we ask why, we're asking essentially for a consistent justification. And if your consistent justification for why nature is uniform as it just is, well, if that's a consistent basis for justification, then it could just be this case. It could just be not the case. It could just be anything. That's not going to be satisfactory as a consistent justification.
Can you prove it's not? And can you show me where God exists?
We already told you. Your assertion leaves open the very opposite to be possible.
Exists and cares about the universe.
Moyak, will you actually listen to the answers that you're asking for? Your answer leaves open the possibility that you see how you're not listening to the answer now? You see how you're still not listening to the answer? Your answer is inadequate. It doesn't account for the uniformity of nature. When you say it just is real, it could just be the opposite, for as far as you know. You have no justification for the law-like uniformity of nature by just saying it is the case.
It could be the case that, like you say, Moriak, that it just is the way that it is. That's a possibility, but it's not satisfactory as a consistent basis. Because if that could just be the way that it is, then by that consistent basis, other things could just be that way without any additional exploration. At that point, science stops. We're going to need something more satisfactory, and a knowable, eternal God who has a knowable, unchanging nature is much more appealing as a basis than this is just the way that it is.
Furthermore, this naturalistic fallacy of a worldview does not account for anything that is not material. It doesn't account for any abstracta. None.
Abstracta, like numbers, abstract concepts that don't have a block in reality, like concreta, like you and me, we're concrete entities that exist in reality. A number, or justice or love, there's no block of them in reality. How do we justify those abstract concepts that have no physical material essence to them without some sort of floaty place, some sort of spirit, or something that is non-physical that gave us these concepts?
Laws of nature and causality itself are not concrete particulars.
So
your materialistic, naturalistic answer doesn't even account for the very thing that's in question, because the very thing in question is not material. It's not concrete particulars. The laws of nature and causality itself.
And I think this is where science fails. There's this idea that science is, rigorous and not wooey and not philosophical, but without these concepts that are non-physical, more abstract, philosophical, even faith-based, even quasi-religious, to help round out science's epistemology, science grinds to a halt, or people call science for its hypocrisy and its lack of ability to ground any of its theories.
So you people ought to think about this. Take it to heart.
We just don't make up silly bullshit like you guys do. Like gods and things that aren't needed.
Regardless, it's really interesting how, things within nature, phenomena, whatever, we try to find natural explanations for, but then we're in a really funny predicament where it's like we don't even have a way to try to find a natural explanation for nature as a whole. and that's because it only applies to things, the components, not the whole. And so we're kind
gonna
of
need
screwed
something
there.
transcendent. We're gonna need
heck are
something
you
that breaks the
talking
rules.
about?
Right.
Well,
And
well,
go ahead.
take a universalist statement like all women give birth. We would have to use non-physical, transcendental means to even be able to make that statement and be grounded in it. Did we test all women to see if they give birth or have wombs or X chromosomes? No. We made a transcendental statement that has a small article of transcendental, non-physical faith. So how do we ground these ideas, these transcendentals, these universals that go beyond the physical particulars without faith, a floaty place, Neoplatonism, philosophy, or something like that?
Well, it's
Hey, you
really
just
interesting.
stick to what the evidence shows you. You don't make up outside things.
Hey, do you think we have a pretty understanding, you and I, Jay, when I use the word infinity in some sort of context? Like, I can freely use that word to you, right? And
Sure.
it'll usually go pretty well. So neither of us have ever been presented an example of this thing, but and it is very transcendental. It's almost a synonym for that. And so humans obviously have an ability to mentally reach and grasp past, what we've actually learned through our senses. We can intuit deeper understandings of things.
Okay. Yeah, I don't disagree with that. We have brains and we can think of ideas. Yeah.
Yeah. And this is why the idea of God is very respectable, right? Because people can grasp the concept of God. I'm not saying it is how anyone says it is out there. Maybe someone has it figured out. I wouldn't know myself, I'm not even sure if I got the right idea. I'm just saying it's on the table, right? I just say at most be agnostic, or at least be agnostic. You know what I mean? Because I can
Yeah,
also
I what you're saying.
grasp the idea mentally that there is no God. But the fact that I can imagine such a thing, it might be one of those things that you just kind of come to understand something or come to think something, but not based on actually learning it through your senses or even being rational. Just kind of reaching further than, with this incredible ability human consciousness has to imagine the unfathomable.
Yeah,
And that makes it a viable option, though. For this. Where did nature come from? Is reality a creation of someone? I don't know. Fun to think about, though. Fun to talk about.
Magnetism would be the basis for all reality, physically and non-physically.
I wouldn't call it the absolute basis, but I'd say it's like one of the ingredients of concrete that is, that solidify together. You know what I mean? To form the foundational block that then everything else is built on top of. Maybe it's the most important ingredient.
Wow, what's up, illegal? Thought you were dead, man.
I was I was telling him people are getting concerned.
I was halfway through the obituary or through the fuck. What do you call it when somebody eulogy? I was writing your eulogy.
What's up, illegal? You there?
Comes back and then
All
dies while logged into the phone call. I'm like, oh, we're so happy,
No,
you're alive.
I'm here. I'm sorry. I just got the new iPhone 13, and I'm still trying to learn because I've been on Android. I've never had an iPhone until just now, so I'm kind of learning the navigation. So yeah, I couldn't get back to where I could unmute myself. I was trying to navigate back to there, but yeah, iPhone 13, yeah, Pro Max, screen 6.7, you know, 6 and 7, 13, 6 times 7, 42, of course.
Jeremy wants
but
to
yeah,
tell you
no,
how much better his phone is than yours. Go ahead, Jeremy.
No,
Yeah,
I was gonna
yeah.
say I was actually thinking about switching to Android, but I'm scared.
Yeah, no, I didn't mean to stun on y'all because I know I crossed over to the dark side or whatever, but yeah, I went ahead and if I was gonna upgrade or get a new phone, I might as well go all the way. So I want iPhone 13 Pro Max,
Nice.
biggest screen and all that. And yeah, no, I'm not dead. I might be dead inside, but I'm still here. No, I'm just kidding. But I'm still here. I'm doing great. I just took a break from Discord. You know what I'm saying? Like you know, flat Earth and all that kind of stuff. Because like I already know what it is. Like I've spent 5,000 hours on the topic of flat Earth, so it's like, you know, I just I just been doing my thing. You know, but I'm still around. I'm not dead. I'm still breathing.
Right on, man.
It's I feel some type of way that people were asking about me and you know, were wondering where I was. That makes me feel good. So, you know, I miss talking to all you guys. But yeah, I was just on a little hiatus or whatever. Just
Bro,
took
we
a little
thought you
break.
fell off the edge of the flat Earth, dude.
Yeah, my cat knocked me off.
5,000 hours? What have you determined at the end of the study?
Is this Xanac?
5,000
Xanac,
hours. That's a lot of time. What'd you find out? What'd you conclude after all this time?
I heard your question. I asked you a question. Is this Xanac? Because I'm not looking at my phone right now.
Yeah, it's Xanac.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, okay. Fuck you, Xanac. How about that?
Wow.
Yeah, fuck you.
After all those studies, that's all you can come up with?
Yeah, fuck you, Xanac. How about that?
Wow, where'd that come from? Sounds like a little bit of animosity built up.
Came from about 100
No, I'm just
of those
not about.
5,000 hours.
I'm just not about to engage with you of all people because I know
Why is
there's
that?
nothing productive is going to come of it. So I'm not even going to waste my time.
I have knowledge too. You have knowledge now. You've spent 5,000 hours accumulating knowledge. I have knowledge. Why don't we share a little bit?
Okay, you already know.
Xanac builds really good
Xanac.
Lego.
Okay. You want to know? Yes, the conclusion that I came to. Yes, I know. Okay, I'll say this. I'm not going to make a positive claim. I'll say I know what it's not, but I don't claim to know what it is.
Okay,
but
what
I
is it
know
not?
a lot. We're not on a spinning water ball. You know this, Xanac. I don't know even why you're asking me this.
No, I'm very curious because it's interesting to me. You're an intelligent guy, well spoken. So tell me what 3 pieces of evidence that you found over this 5,000 hours of studying the Earth's characteristics that made you conclude that the Earth is not a ball. It could be something else, but it can't be a spinning water ball.
Welcome back, Illegal. Welcome back.
Yep. Hey, Xanac. No.
Please. I'm begging.
No.
On my hands and knees, begging like a dog.
Go fuck your girlfriend or something. Go fuck your girlfriend if you even have one.
I will tonight as well.
Go eat your girlfriend's pussy or something. Like you probably don't even have one, but if you do have one, you should be eating her pussy right now.
No.
My girl, I already did that last night. Everything's all taken care of, and we're gonna wrap up again for tomorrow night. But that's none of your business. Let's focus on you now instead of diverting to me. I have all sorts of fun in my life. Anyone knows me, that's not a problem. I'm asking give me 3 pieces of evidence that you found. I mean, I'm not challenging you like, I don't believe you. I believe you have evidence. What did you find? Your 3 strongest pieces of evidence that shows me that the Earth is not a spinning water ball.
It makes him
you know who you
feel
are
good,
right now?
Xanac.
What?
He's smarter than all those smarty pants scientists.
I bet he is. He seems like he's very smart.
You know what the guys that were saying phlogiston didn't exist? There was guys like me saying phlogiston didn't exist, and there was guys like you saying, you think you're smarter than all the fucking scientists all over the place and everyone else? You figured it out?
Yeah, that's not how it happened.
Yeah, I just want to hear just how Eagle I want to see Eagle's response to that. I really do. I have no animosity, and I'm not doing it to pick a fight. I just really am curious as to what, after 5,000 hours of evidence, that's a lot of time if you add that up. How many years that would be actually
Did you
studying?
hear the man's words? Did you already hear the man's words that he spoke to you? So I'll tell you how you're being. You're being like the guy who goes up to a girl and says, "I
What
want
if I
to have
just stick in the
sex with you."
tip? I'll just stick in the tip, right? Just a tip, right?
You're the
Just
type of
the
guy
tip.
who's like, "I want to have
Promise.
sex with you," and she says no, and you say, "I'm gonna have sex with you anyways."
No, you said just a tip, but just let me get it near there. Let me rub against you. Come on, Eagle,
Oh,
don't do
jeez.
this to me, man. You seem like you're one of the more knowledgeable people. Been
No
gone
mean-
for a
no
long time.
means
You've been
no,
studying
Zane.
for 5,000. Fundamental. Why do you
No
got to get in the middle of
means
this?
no.
You're just making it worse.
Okay,
I will
it's over.
stop with this one last question. I promise. I will stop with this last one question.
No means no.
You have 5,000 hours of research.
You're being
I'm really curious as to
disrespectful.
the top
Oh,
three things.
let
You
him
can't
let
help
him
me.
go.
Stand in front of me.
So
Top
if you
three things.
acknowledge and appreciate my intelligence, then you should know I'm smart enough to know to not engage with you.
I'm not getting. This is not an engagement. I'm just asking for the 3 bits of information. This is not an engagement. It's just a
You're being
question.
so rapey, man. Stop
You
being so
seem
rapey.
like you have something to hide, like you don't have any evidence.
Okay.
He
Here,
ain't
okay.
putting no ring on your finger, bruh.
All right. I'm not gonna argue semantics with you. So okay, I'm smart enough not to answer your questions.
That's not very smart.
Is that better?
That's not very smart. You're now showing your intellect is below the expectation and the
no.
assumption.
Well,
that
you already said that you think I'm intelligent. So either you think I'm intelligent or I'm not. And of course you're gonna say you want me to talk. See, I'm engaging with you. Right? Say you're doing it right now. You just sucking me in. Here, fuck you. Go eat your girlfriend's pussy and stop talking to me.
But let's keep it like not so X-rated.
That's
maybe.
actually kind of nice because that's like saying go eat some custard pie. Go have an ice cream cone. I mean, it's actually a nice thing to ask you to
do something else. Go walk around barefoot in some grass. But
Go get
don't
a
stop
coffee and
asking
a
me
cake.
questions.
Go get a
Go
coffee and a
sun
cake.
gazing. Go watch.
Hey, can someone else ask Eagle what he thinks of his research and the conclusion he made? Because he won't be talking to me, and I'm really curious what he wants to.
You can delegate the question to somebody else. I still know it's your question. I'm not gonna do it, bro. Just give it up.
But you get 5,000 hours. First of all, you're a liar. You did not spend 5,000 hours studying the Earth.
See, there you go again. Okay, you think see, that's what I'm talking about. I'm not gonna talk to you. You say I'm intelligent, then you give me a compliment, and then you call me a liar. I'm not lying. I wouldn't say that. It's actually
you can be
that's
a
an
liar
estimate.
and still be intelligent.
It's actually okay. You're right, but it's actually more than 5,000.
Take it back.
It's actually more than 5,000 hours. That's an estimate, but that's a low ball estimate. It's actually more than that, unfortunately, and that's probably too much time. Like I didn't need to spend 5,000 hours on it.
Yeah.
I could have stopped at 2,000, or I could have stopped at way before that, but.
Right,
that doesn't matter. I'm not bragging or
Damn,
anything. I'm
Xanax.
just saying
He lowballed you, bro.
it's just
that's like that's 3 years. You spent 3 years every
He
day, 8
lowballed
hours a day studying the Earth.
He lowballed you.
You haven't even been gone that long.
Lowballed
I'm
you.
talking about consuming, so like listening to podcasts. So the way I estimated it is,
Yeah, you still 8 hours a day for 3 years. You'd have to do it. I don't believe you did that. No one else does either.
Well, yeah, that's assuming that I've only been in this topic for 3 years.
I did that. That's easy.
3 years, 8 hours a day studying the Earth.
Yeah, you're assuming I've only been into this for 3 years.
Okay, 6 years, 4 hours a day. I use some math. I know you don't like math, but I'll just use that.
How about 7 years, 3 hours a day? Now it doesn't sound too bad, especially if there was some days where it was more than 3 hours at a time.
Yeah, most podcasts are like an hour and a half, 2 hours, and if you listen to it every day while you're at work.
So you weren't studying the Earth; you were studying the topic of the Earth through other people's observations and tests. And
I said I've spent over 5,000 hours on this topic. That's what I said.
I think you said studying the Earth, but
Who was your favorite birther then that you compared to?
I am.
Holy shit! Is this Brenda?
Yeah. So who was your favorite?
Oh, hey, what's up, Brenda?
Who was your favorite globe earther that you listened to?
Well, what's the cause of a shoe? How about that?
Who was your favorite?
What's the cause of a shoe, Brenda?
Oh, that's funny. I have to say
You're
that's
my
funny.
favorite Glober. You're my favorite Glober, Brenda. You're in the top 3.
No, I don't do podcasts or debunking videos. So who was
Don't
your?
matter.
So I was asking Illegal who his favorite Glober, because obviously, if he's researching this, he would listen to both sides, right? So who
I don't have to have a favorite Glober. The majority of the mainstream majority are all. Everyone is a Glober. We're the minority, the majority. So I don't have to have a favorite. I grew up for 36 years of my life thinking that we lived on a spinning water ball, and so does the majority of everyone. I don't have a favorite Glober, but I've known I was a Glober before before this, so I was my favorite Glober. How about that? until I realized that it's a bunch of bullshit.
Hey, Brenda, I'll tell you
Because
mine if you tell me yours
like I
first.
said, I came across the topic of flat Earth. I thought it was horseshit. I thought it was the most ridiculous thing I ever heard until I looked into it and went into it with an open mind. I said, okay, I'll hear him out. And then I started getting into it by trying to prove flat Earth wrong. And the more time I spent on it, the more time I was like, okay, yeah. And then here I am, 5,000 hours later. And so
obviously, if you're trying to prove it wrong, you're researching globe earthers who debunk the flat Earth. So who was your favorite?
Oh yeah. I mean, I've watched those. If you're talking about like favorite Glober, as in a Glober that is debunking flat Earth, yeah, I've watched a lot of content on that too. All the major players, I've watched all their videos from Dave, Dave and like all them. I've listened to that. I've watched all that and tried to hear their points. Like I said, I'm open minded. If I wasn't open minded, I wouldn't have been open to flat Earth in the first place. So the same way I'm open to that, I'm open to hearing somebody debunk, the flat Earth. And so I listen to both sides and I weigh it out, and I came to the conclusion that I came to based on the evidence.
I think everyone really missed you, Illegal. Can you see all this attention?
I miss you guys too.
Now that you're back.
It's fresh meat. Fresh meat.
Yeah,
You don't know what you're talking about.
So if you
it's like
if you
go
like
ahead.
meat, then you must have answers to his questions for flat earthers.
I'm sorry, was that question for me?
Yeah. In your vast research, and you said you like Dave, so you must have answers for his questions for flat earthers.
A man does not have an answer to every question that's been asked.
Well, he came to a decision, so obviously he must.
No, that's not.
I've heard claims, and then I've heard flat Earth claims, and then I've heard globe rebuttals, and then I've heard flat Earth rebuttals to globe rebuttals, and on and on and on. And what makes most sense to me is where I'm at right now with it. And like I said, I don't claim to know what it is. Like I have a lot of theories of what it is. Just like I said, I don't know what the moon is. I don't know how far away it is. I don't know what the sun is. I don't know what a lot of things are. I don't know the reality, the ether. Like I don't know what this is, holographic universe, I don't know what it is, but I know that what it's claimed to be is not true. That's what I know. That's the conclusion that I came to. What it's not.
So you don't know what the
It
moon.
makes the most sense to me. Out of all the arguments I've heard, the back and forth, I've heard debates back and forth, and to me, what's logical and makes sense and consistent is where I'm at with it. So.
Did anyone found the curvature for this ball that we're talking about?
So I would guess that you have some idea of what the moon is, some things about it, right?
No, I have no idea what the moon is or what it is. It's I think it's self illuminating. But other than that, like I said, that's what I think. I don't know what it is, but I definitely think it's self illuminating. But
is it on fire?
that's just my opinion. I can't prove anything about the moon. I can't conduct any experiments with it. I can't test anything about it. I can't. So,
how does an object that's self-illuminating have shadows?
I'm sorry, what?
How does an object that's self-illuminating have shadows? Maybe you should have spent a few more hours.
Shadows, you say. What's a shadow?
What's a shadow? You don't know what a shadow is?
Are you saying that a shadow's on the moon? I don't know if that's a shadow, is it?
Yeah. Maybe you should have spent a little more time on the moon. Right? You
Phone
say
call, and I missed the question, Brenda. I believe that was directed at me. No offense, George. But can you repeat that about the moon?
You say the moon is self-illuminating. How does an object that self-illuminates have shadows?
You ever heard of having a brake light out? You know, 2 lights can be on, and then only one half of the light can be on. Put 10 light bulbs in a row, they can all be on, or just the one on the left can be on.
He appears to be stumped. Right? Wouldn't that be maybe a few more hours research into that subject?
So my point is, you don't cast a shadow
deal.
on yourself. You don't cast a shadow on yourself. Nothing does cast a shadow on itself.
If you're glowing, George, not if you're glowing. And it grinds to a halt because they can't answer it. Because it's obvious.
That's amore.
I guess you didn't hear me, Brenda, about having a brake light out.
Yeah, the brake light, I don't know what you're talking about there. It doesn't scan because if the moon is self-illuminated, it wouldn't have any shadows because it would be a glowing object doesn't have shadows.
Is a car does a car emit light?
No.
It's actually got several lights in
Yeah,
each of its corners.
the lights on the car emit the light. The car itself doesn't. What are you talking
That is the car. The car includes all the components of the car.
about? So only parts of it light.
Yeah, you got a brake light out.
But why are they shadowed?
Now part of it isn't lit up anymore. Only a portion of it is lit up now.
On the moon has shadows. It isn't a light out. It has shadows. Totally stumped. Amazing. You guys spent all this time on this subject. Can't answer a simple question.
I don't know what the moon is.
Well, you know it casts shadows. And in fact it has an unlit and a lit side, right? That points directly at the sun.
We can't prove that. We can't prove that it has a lit or unlit side. We can only see one side of it. You can assume it has another side.
You ever hear of phases of the moon?
Yeah,
You were
Brenta,
saying
I've
shadows
heard
up
of the
until now.
phases, but it is the phases of the moon would be part of the rhetoric of what the moon supposedly is, which goes in opposition to that we don't know what the moon is. You understand? The phases will only be a part of a story.
No, they're not. You can see them. It's not a story. You can see the phases of the moon. You can see
Yeah, of course. Can you see the dark side of the moon? Can you see it?
When you see that, you see, yes, with a little bit of earth shine, yeah.
I think you mean the back side of the moon, not the dark side. Even though that's what people call the backside, they call it the dark side. But yeah.
The side facing away from the sun we can see because the other side is facing the sun and being lit by the sun. The side that faces away from the earth we don't see.
Wouldn't that also be part of the rhetoric as well?
It's not rhetoric, it's what we see.
Of course it is. Everything you could spew out about the moon, it would only be rhetoric.
No, it's not. It's observed.
100% is rhetoric. It is 100% rhetoric. The problem is you're conflating it with true rhetoric or false rhetoric. I didn't mention any of those. But what you're saying right now about the moon and the things that you supposedly see and the phases, all of that is rhetoric. It's all a story.
No, it's not. It's reality.
I don't think the moon phases are caused by the sun. Just today and yesterday, I was at work and pointed out to my coworker, I was looking up in the sky without, I kind of had to use my peripheral vision, but I could look up in the sky and at the same time, at almost the same height visually, I could see the sun and the moon at the same time. And the moon is a half moon. So the sun is right there and the moon is right there high in the sky, both of them at the same time. So if the sun is causing the moon phases, then there shouldn't be half a moon. It should be a full moon, but it's not, because it's not the sun causing the phases.
But the lit side of the moon will always point at the sun.
With different colors throughout the year, isn't it? But even though the sun only emits one color throughout the year. But the moonlight, though, you have it yellow. You even have the blood moon. You have different colors on the moon, but the sun is always the same.
The sun is always.
Wouldn't that speak volumes if the moon was emitting the sunlight? Wouldn't it be the same light rather than different colors throughout the year?
It is the same light.
It is.
Wait a minute. How can you guys say it's the same light when it's a different color? What is the justification of it?
It goes
passing through the atmosphere.
Dust in the air. Holy shit. You spend thousands of hours on this and you don't know this stuff?
If it's low, never mind.
So is the little insult at the end there on Brenda, is it necessary? The little, we spend just as much time as you on this. And just because we spend infinite amount of time on something doesn't mean you're going to know everything around it. So again, what would be the point of you saying the comment if it isn't to antagonize people?
These are things that children in elementary school know.
See, this is why I took a break from Discord, is because this is wasting all of our time, because there's some people that are on here that are open-minded and are open as new information comes in, can change their mind. And then there's some people that are locked in and set. And we can discuss this all day. Brenda's never going to change her mind. Nothing you can say is going to change that. Zanuck is never going to change his mind. And, I'm not learning anything. I'm not gaining anything from this conversation. I'm not learning anything new. This is like arguing with somebody, and nothing productive or positive or anything is coming.
No new ideas.
That's why I only normally get on Discord in the think tank, because synchronicity is like the umbrella topic that covers all things, and you can talk about literally anything, and any topic is relevant, and you can learn new things and have positive conversation and with people, and so that's why I took a break, because there's no point in talking. All this is pointless. Like, this is pointless.
Well, have you changed?
Like, I just can't. The only reason why I'm in this room is because Fundy wasn't answering my text message, so I was like, this motherfucker probably went back in Discord, and he was. So that's the only reason why I'm back in here.
You got me.
So Brenda, is it important for you to change somebody's mind? Is it important for you to change somebody's mind?
No, I'm not even. No, it's not. It's not important for me to change anybody's mind. I
was talking to Brenda.
Oh, okay, yeah, go ahead.
Brenda, is it important for you to change somebody's mind?
Well, as Illegal here just said, there's people here who are open-minded and willing to change their minds, and people here who are not, right? And you can see that Illegal is not willing to change his mind, because I showed. Yeah, because I showed
Sir, I'm the most open-minded person you can get. I changed my mind from thinking it's a globe to thinking it's not. I am the epitome of.
That's why I brought up this question. This is why I brought up this topic. Exactly for what you just said, illegal. I was gonna take Brenda to that place, right? So you say, because you're on the Glober side, which would be the mainstream media side, right? The mainstream. You're saying, you're implying that somehow, quote unquote, flat earthers are not open minded enough to revert back to the globe. But you're completely negating the fact that every so-called flat earther was a glober, right? Every flat earther was a glober, and some of them were even globe nerds. So to imply, right, that they wasn't open-minded to the globe when we all came from that position is incredibly dishonest. I've figured it out, right? 75% of the shit that you say, Brenda, is incredibly inflammatory. And it's very weird that you cannot tolerate any kind of joke, it's so weird that people that are like you cannot tolerate anything. I mean, it's amazing how that works.
Right. So I just pointed out that Illegal said the moon self-illuminated, and I showed him that it can't be that way because it has shadow. So
You cannot show him, Brenda, because what you're saying is rhetoric. Unless you can personally take Illegal and everybody in this panel right next to the fucking moon and touch it and take samples, you can't prove jack fucking shit. Do you understand?
That's a fallacy, though. That's a fallacious argument.
There we go. Okay, so disprove what I just said. How is it fallacious?
You can only speculate about things you can't experiment on. You know, we see lights in the sky. That's the only thing that we know about them is things in the sky. We can look at them and we can speculate, but we can't do anything other than that.
Well, Illegal, all you have to do is get a decent telescope.
That's still looking. That's just looking closer and more zoomed up and more whatever. That's still looking. It's still speculation.
Illegal.
And you can't prove, you can't experiment on anything. You can't science anything. All you can do is look and form an opinion or a theory about it, but you can't prove it. Yes, that's the theory of the moon phases, but it could easily be something else.
And you will see shadows in the craters on the moon.
It doesn't matter what the craters are, because what you think the craters are is a part of the story that the people that you subscribe to believe. So whatever the moon is, right? Whatever it really is or really isn't, the thing has craters. Clearly, it has shadows, but we don't know what it is. So we don't know how it's possible that it has those craters or those shadows.
Yeah, we're looking at something. Brenda, we're looking at something that you could describe as a crater because we have craters on Earth that we can go to and touch and feel. And so when we're looking at something that we can't touch and feel, well, we can describe it as a crater, but is it a crater? We don't know. It looks like that, and that's the word that we use to describe it, but we don't know that it's actually a crater. It just looks like a crater. But is it really a crater or is it an image of a crater? Like I'm looking at my computer screen and I see whatever it is on the screen. It's a screen. It's lights. I can touch my computer screen, but it's a flat electronic device. And so that doesn't mean it can show me anything. Like just think of the sky as a giant TV, and you can look at whatever, but you don't know what it is because you can't really touch it. Just like you can't really touch whatever's on your screen. You can touch the screen, but you can't actually touch what you're seeing on the screen. If there's a flower on my computer screen, and I touch the screen, I'm not touching the flower, I'm touching the screen. So I can't say, oh, that's a screen. I can say I'm looking at my screen and that looks like a flower. That's a picture of a flower. But is it a flower? No, it's lights on my screen. And the sky is the same way. It's lights. And it looks like something, and we can describe it using words and things that we're familiar with. But other than that, you can't say with certainty what it is.
So you don't sound like
They gave a different meaning. They gave a different meaning to the moon phases, because the moon phases on the previous calendar, which were detected by the moon, the moon phases were very important, which they still are today. We use the moon phases for a lot of things, agriculture mainly. But they reified the moon phases into something else with the change of the calendar, obviously.
Yeah, the moon and the sun is what we base our calendar on. It's just a way to, how the concept, man-made concepts of time and how to measure it. And we use the moon and we use the sun. We use the sun for the days and the month and the moon for the months, and that's what we use to base our scale on. And that's about it. They're just clocks, basically. The sky clock.
Absolutely.
And other than that, lights moving in the sky, sky clock, that's it.
So if the
But other than that, we don't know what it is, where it is, how far it is.
Yeah, that's just a fallacy. That, as JC
No.
pointed out, that's a fallacy.
No. Or what
Which
fallacy
one?
is it? Which one? Yeah, exactly.
I think he called it. He said it was
It's the genetic fallacy.
Although I don't
Hey,
understand what genetic.
It's the genetic fallacy.
Can you elaborate on that?
It's not malformed. But can you elaborate on that, please?
It's the fallacious argument that you have to personally do and verify something before it is true. Nobody lives their life.
Definition. What do you mean? What do you mean? You as a well, not you, but you as a specific or the general you.
You as a person, in order for
Can you
something
say anything is true without
you
verifying
have
it?
to personally verify.
Well, see, this is why I brought up
fallacy, and it's called.
This is why I brought up the distinction, right? Because when I was talking to Brenda about going to the moon, I don't know if I said it, but it wasn't like Brenda, you go. I mean, like us as human, we can't, or at least the majority of us, we can't go up there, touch it, take samples of it. You know what I'm saying?
It doesn't
we
matter,
can only
man.
observe.
Things exist and are true, whether or not you verify them or not.
But we're not we're not calling into question the existence of the moon, of the sun, and planets. This is not what this conversation is about. We're talking about what these things are, what they're made of, and what they're doing or whatever, or how they're doing what they're doing. This is what we can't figure out.
Saying they're not what they obviously are because you are too lazy to actually make any attempt to try to figure out what they are.
Tell me what's obvious. The sun is
as Brenda
hydrogen.
Said, you can see freaking shadows on the moon.
The sun is fusing hydrogen. That's obvious. Tell me what's obvious, man.
Yes, it's obvious.
It's oh my. What's wrong with you, man?
Yeah, the neutrino and the atomic spectra data is very obvious what the sun is doing.
Very obvious.
Oh, the neutrinos. That's amazing. What are neutrinos, bro?
Yeah, they're a fundamental particle.
And how is that like measured or quantified in any way, shape, or form? Or is it like a hypothetical particle?
No, there are things called neutrino observatories.
No.
Where they use means of detecting them. But I don't want to rain on Brenda's parade, so get back to it, Brenda.
Bro, what if somebody accused you of something? They say, hey, you molested my child or whatever. They can just say whatever they want and say you did something. But it's not the truth unless you can verify it and prove it. You can speculate, you can say whatever you want to say. I can accuse you of anything. I can say anything about you. You are whatever.
No,
without evidence and proof, it's not true. You're just saying it can be true because it looks like that, so therefore that's what it is.
You know what I think it is?
Optical illusion. Like, oh, this table is bigger than that table. But if you actually measure it, it's
Look
it's
strong,
not,
bro.
because you can
Look
measure
strong.
it, you can test it. There's optical illusion. So just because something looks a certain way and you can speculate does not make it true. You
You're
can
going
never say
on
that
and on
something
with your
is
straw
true.
man.
You
You're
can never
going on
say
and
something
on, bro.
is.
Yeah, but hold on a second. In your example, you are comparing two tables, and you know that they are two tables. In this situation, yeah, you're looking at
Right.
lights in the sky that they look round, and you
Right.
say, I'm comparing that round light in the sky with the round sphere that I'm standing on, which makes no
Right.
sense whatsoever. So you
And it's
can't compare
crazy
these two
how
things.
it's crazy how they don't realize what the point of the discussion is questioning, right? The shape of the earth, which entails also the nature of our reality. And every time we have a question or something, they just will circle back to the rhetoric. They understand, but just not caring that the whole point of this debate is because we don't believe any of it, right? And then they just revert back to the rhetoric, like back to the rhetoric. Anything we say, they go back to the rhetoric.
I
I
didn't
think
hear
every
questioning.
Glober understands that you guys deny the evidence. We already know that.
Yeah, I didn't
You ready to
hear
get
questioning, Matrix. I heard denial, right? Illegal said that he has an open mind. Well, if he does,
Yeah.
then when he says that the moon is self-illuminated, how can an object have shadows if it's self-illuminated? It would always
You're
be round.
you're
You would never
you're
see
you're
phases.
you're assuming it's a physical object. You're making an assumption. It's a fallacy. You're assuming that it's an object that
And
can.
how open-minded do you have to be to accept the mainstream media narrative? That thing which you see every day in movies and commercials, you see it in memes, you hear it in radio. How hard would it actually be to consider that to be the truth?
It has mountains and craters and shadows. Yes, it's a physical object. What are you talking
Yeah,
about?
those are all words that describe things that we are aware of here on Earth, and then we apply it to something else that we have no idea what it is. You can apply that understanding that we have here and apply it to that. That doesn't mean that that's what it is, because that's what it looks like. Things aren't always what they seem.
But we
You can
landed
look
and
a certain
crashed
way.
spaceships into it.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean,
so
you're rejecting
Brenda,
that, but we landed there and crashed ships into it.
No, we did
Unless
not.
we didn't. Unless we didn't, and there's a story, right? That could also be true.
Sure. Yeah.
so a computer screen, phone screen, whatever, a television screen is a self-illuminating object, but I can play you a video of someone. I can show you a photograph on that screen. I can show you a video of someone standing in frame, and you can see their shadow. So how does this self-illuminating TV screen have a shadow on it that I can see?
It doesn't have a shadow.
No, I can see the
No,
shadow.
I'm seeing
I can
shadow.
see the person.
Holy
I can see
shit.
the shadow next to the person.
The shadow is in the image. It's not on the screen. If you look at those pixels, they're lit.
Exactly.
Holy
Right.
shit.
Unless
Not
it's
on
an
not
AMOLED.
yeah, not
Well,
on an
yeah,
AMOLED
if it's
screen.
an AMOLED, then some of them will be off. Yeah.
AMOLED moon theory. We coined it tonight.
Right.
So you know what's weird, right? They wanna claim those things on the sky are like physical, right? So when you turn on a light bulb, right? Like, and I'm gonna use it like for an example, like when they say they so-called go to the moon. When you turn on a light bulb, let's say you're an ant, right? Let's say an ant society, they developed a rocket and they're flying to the light bulb, right? When they land on that light bulb, if they don't melt, the shit is going to be lit, right? Because it was visibly lit from the bottom, right? So, quote unquote, the floor, which will be Earth, right? But and how is it that when these people supposedly landed over there or went over there, the moon wasn't lit? There was, I mean, if it is taking the light or the rays or whatever from the sun, that should be detectable or maybe even visual, because we seem to see rays or whatever. Some when it's like very light, we see rays sometimes. So how is it that it wasn't illuminated when they went over there, but somehow the moon from here looks illuminated? I mean, if it's physical, I'm just correlating physical things, right? Can you explain that?
What are you talking about, Matrix?
Talking about the
That took
moon
a
is
while.
illuminated. It is illuminated, and you guys claim it's physical. We have people that supposedly went over there. They stepped on it. It wasn't illuminated. Doesn't look bright. And you explain it. How is it that when they go over there, it doesn't look how it looks, how we look at it from down here?
Why would you think it would look the same? What the hell?
What do you mean? What the hell?
You're begging the question in your question because your premise is that actually happened, and so you're gonna get into the weeds and you're gonna argue about something on a false premise, where you first have to establish that you can physically go there, in order for
I understand the false premise. I get it. I looked around the false premise and I continued beyond that because I wanted to entertain their idea, right? I wanted to hold on, because I wanted to make you guys understand, or Brenda, that I am open-minded, right? I'm going to entertain the moon landing idea, right? And then I made a physical light correlation.
No, don't beg the question with them. That's what a certain podcast taught you, is don't beg the question with them. It leads nowhere. You first don't beg the question. They first have to establish that before you even be able to prove that, and a whole bunch of other things that
That's cool. That's cool for Nathan Oakley and them. That's cool for Nathan Oakley and them, but I like to beg the question once in a while just to see what bullshit they're gonna come up with.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I understand.
Take some lessons from Gregory, bro. Your philosophy is off. Gregory will help you out with what begging the question actually is. You should see Gregory. He'll help you. He's your boy.
Very much. Thank you very much.
I can't speak for anyone else, but I'm very fluent in the major fallacies and what the definitions are.
Oh, could you define it for me? I'm a little...
No. Go
rough.
Yep. No.
Yeah, it's rough.
Yep. That's tough. It's not rough. It's tough. Shout out to Don.
You, bro. Makes you look silly.
Yep. No, it's not rough. It's tough. Shout out to Don.
Good try at damage control. I applaud your effort.
Hey, man, I love you.
Now you're just getting
I love
weird.
you, man. Is life going good for you?
Oh yeah,
no complaints. Too blessed to be stressed.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what's up. Me too.
Like not going too well for you though.
No, I'm too blessed to be stressed too. Everything is good for me, and I just wanted to take this opportunity to say I love you as as a brother and one of the creator's children, and I love you, and I wish nothing but the best for you. We can have differences of opinion, but
don't sound so sincere, homie.
We should. Yeah, no, I know I sound sarcastic, but I'm genuinely meaning this. We should focus more on what we agree on and less about what we disagree on, because we probably have more in common. The fact that we're both on here, like everybody here in Discord, whether we disagree or agree, we're intelligent. And we should focus on the things that we have in common, because we have more things in common that we probably disagree with. And so that's what I'm saying. Like, we should focus on the positive and the things we have in common, and trying to have conversations that uplift us and better our lives or whatever. You know, I mean, debate is good if it's productive, but most of the debate on this Discord is not productive, unless you're in the think tank, of course. But
I
so
want to
I just
ask
wanted to say,
Jace a
just
question
wanted
when
to
you're
say,
done.
Matrix, I love you. Brenda, I love you. I love Zanuck. I love Fundy. I love anybody else that's in this room. I got
I love you
nothing but
too.
love for you. And that's all I have to say.
So, Jace, I want to ask you a question, and it's a serious question. Jace.
Some people have a hard time accepting love.
Yep. You can't accept love if you don't love yourself. I'm not accusing anybody. That wasn't directed at anybody.
Yeah, I'm kind of here. Go
ahead. Hypothetically, right? Just put this in a hypothetical box, so you won't have to make any incriminating statements. Hypothetically, what would change for you? Maybe not on your day to day, but maybe on a spiritual level. What would change for you if we're right and you're wrong?
Yeah, I don't think much would change for me. Sure, there'd be some things I would have to question, but things that pertain to my life and what I do wouldn't really change.
Jason, is it? Do you believe in a creator?
No, man.
You serious? You don't believe in a creator?
No.
Obvious.
Okay, all right. Okay, well, no, I was just asking. It was a genuine question, but I wasn't expecting you to say no, but I believe you. And the fact that you say that makes sense, because one of the things about the whole flat earth topic is it reinforces and points to a creator. And so if you're opposed to that idea, then I understand why you have the position that you take. And that's one of the most powerful things about coming to the realization that we're not on a spinning, water ball in an infinite, vacuum of space and all that kind of stuff, and that this wasn't a natural accident or whatever, and that there is a creator and a design, and that we have purpose and meaning and everything. So I kind of feel bad for you because
I don't need you to feel bad for me.
No, I know you don't, but I feel bad because.
Yeah. But right, so
I think it would be
you're projecting your insecurities onto me, and I'm not gonna accept those.
I'm projecting the positive benefit that I got from this topic onto you. Yes, and I want the same positive impact it had on me. I want it to have the same positive impact on you. And so, as an empathetic person, I want you to experience what I'm experiencing, and what I'm experiencing is amazing and awesome and uplifting and enlightening, and I want the same thing for you as a child of the creator, as one of my brothers of mankind, and I want good things for you. I don't know you, but I love you and I want what's best for you, because I have the mind state that we're all family and we're all the children of the creator.
How do you
And
know
so,
that I'm not actually having a more amazing time and more enlightening time? How do you know
I
that
don't know.
your
You're
time
right.
is better
You
than
are
mine?
correct.
Like, who are you,
correct.
bro?
You are correct. I am making assumptions. I can
All right.
only.
So, Jace, what story do you believe? What do you believe?
No.
How do you believe we came to be?
What do you
A
mean?
natural accident.
Hold on, legal.
There's a song.
What rhetoric do you subscribe to for whatever reason?
The evidence matrix, and we're not going to get into the evidence that I've gone over many times already. Not in the
Dude, but all right. I asked you a question earlier, and you didn't. You gave me a half-ass answer, right? I let it slide. I asked you another question, and you're giving me you don't really answer questions, and you don't seem like a dumb person, right?
No, I just don't give the answer you want, and you don't like
I don't want to. Listen, this is where you're wrong. This is where you're wrong. I don't want you to say anything that you don't want to say. This is why I'm asking you personally, right? Whatever you're gonna give me, if it's the rhetoric, give me the rhetoric. But I would like to because what is in rhetoric is why you accept it, right? Because a lot of things could make sense, and a lot of science made sense in the past, and now it doesn't make sense, right? So we could be in a process of maybe the science that we currently have isn't making sense, so we might be on our way to some new science, right? There's a possibility.
And you think you guys sitting on Discord, acting like you're better than everyone else, is advancing science?
You see,
Yeah.
that's interesting,
Isn't that what
right?
you
That's very
do,
interesting that you say. Hold on, that's very interesting that you say that we think that we're better than everyone else because we didn't say that. You said that, so that must mean that somewhere
No,
in the
it's
subconscious
an observation.
we're better than you.
It's
And
an
why would you think that?
observation. It's an observation from how you guys speak.
But
No, I don't think I'm better than anyone.
Yeah, just
I
like how
want.
this goon was talking to me like a minute ago.
To quote you from 10 minutes ago, all you're doing is projecting your insecurities onto people.
No, I'm making an observation.
You're making a comment.
About an observation.
Yeah. You're making a comment.
Not projection, bro. It's called
We
an
understand
observation.
you're insecure and you project. Why don't you just answer? Why don't you just answer Matrix question? Let's just
So you
keep the
said
whole
the
conversation.
evidence.
Didn't answer his question.
You said the evidence, right? You lean toward the evidence, right? What is the evidence? What does the evidence say?
Be specific. Be
The evidence for what?
The evidence for what you believe in, which is the original question.
As far as it goes to the globe Earth and the flat Earth?
Which is what this whole debate is about, yes.
Yeah, sure. There's gyroscopes, there's Foucault's pendulums, there's literally fucking pictures of the Earth. There's a multitude of things. There's surveyors and geographers and cartographers.
Mm-hmm.
All these people.
You obviously haven't heard the testimony of Mark Sargent's interviews with surveyors and military people and all the people you just named. You haven't heard the testimony from those specific fields that you just named saying the opposite. Huh?
I was in the military and I never heard anyone say that the Earth was flat.
Okay, just because you never heard anybody, I'm saying obviously you haven't heard of the testimony from people in the military and in those fields of what did you say, surveyors and military people and airplane pilots and so on and so forth.
Who would be relevant to
Hold on a second.
Stop, George. Stop, George. Illegal's talking.
Not just surveyors, man. Planer surveyors, please.
And why would you have the idea that if you're just because you're in the army, all of a sudden you're gonna be like one of those need to know guys, or like that? It doesn't work like that. Most of the people in the army, they're like worker ants. They don't know anything. They just take orders. That's just how it goes.
The military is like NASA, you know, it's compartmentalized. So you're on a need-to-know basis. So just because you're in the military doesn't mean
how the military works now.
It's not are you saying it's not compartmentalized?
You're better than me.
You're not.
No, are you saying that it's not
disagreeing, though?
compartmentalized?
Is he right or is he wrong?
Can I ask a question to the military guy?
Hold on, George. I'm asking a question.
George, you're gonna let him get out of this. Is illegal right or wrong?
What do you mean? No, it's not
Is the military compartmentalized or not?
No.
It's not.
There's secret and top secret information, but that's not compartmentalization.
But that would be
so you're saying that everyone doesn't know everything, right? Can you agree on that?
Yeah, I hope we would all agree that everyone doesn't know everything. That would be
Right.
ridiculous.
So was it so hard to concede to say yes, the military is compartmentalized?
It's
Is that so
not.
hard? You basically said it was, and then when I use the word compartmentalized, you say it's not. because you
So
don't want.
you described compartmentalization, but you just deny that it is that. But what you describe with the secrets, which is why people have compartments, right? That's
There's
you're listening
security
to yourself, bro.
clearances. There's security clearances that are used for various different things.
Which would be part of that compartmentalization. Do you understand?
I disagree. No one in the military calls it compartmentalization.
Right, so we're going to argue about semantics instead of understanding what we're saying.
Military calls it. Don't do that. That's a straw man.
Okay.
Yeah, because this
Let's
is an
not call it-
extra thing you're trying to add on to what it's already called.
Let's not call it compartmentalization. We'll just say that everybody in the military does not know everything.
They don't have the same
going on,
security
right?
clearance.
So you can
wait a minute.
correct?
Compartmentalize is a good word, right?
No,
It's a
okay,
good word.
but I'm trying to humor him. Okay, he wants to argue semantics. I'll throw out the word
He is
compartmentalization.
great at changing the point. He is great at changing. I've noticed that every time he's pinpoint, he just goes to something. He attacks a word. He does this to everyone, and you're just letting him.
No, I'm taking semantics out of it. So that's why I threw out the word compartmentalization, and we'll throw that word out and say, do you agree that not everybody in the military knows everything about what's going on? They don't know all the secrets. They don't know what the higher ups are talking about, and the higher ups above them are talking about, and the higher ups of them are talking about. Would you agree? Yes or no?
Yeah, that's just base assumptive knowledge, bro. Like nobody knows
that's
everything
fine.
about
That's
everything.
all you have to say. That's all you have to say. That's fine. You're being honest, and that's basically the point I was trying to make. So I took the semantics out of it. I took you didn't like the word compartmentalization, so I just
Without going
described
on a
it
diatribe,
without using
are
that
all
word.
the universities compartmentalized as well?
Every corporation
Everything is compartmentalized.
Yeah,
Every organization
Every
is just how it works.
corporation.
Every family is compartmentalized.
And
every
how is a university compartmentalized?
Because the people that run the students don't know everything that the people who run the university know.
No. I'm talking about researchers of the university. Don't fuck the students.
That's not what I'm talking about. Just like Matrix said,
Well,
everything is
they're the
compartmentalized.
majority of the
Parents,
people making the claims, bro.
Children
It's not
don't
the
know what the parents
military.
know. Children don't know what the parents know. Like in a family, that's compartmentalization. Every corporation, every business, it's all compartmentalized. The lowers don't know.
He's such an anti-flat earther that he just doesn't want to agree with it, right? Even though we all know that he's agreeing with it.
Yeah, right. He'll
The
deny
point
compartmentalization and deny the word.
University researchers are the majority of the people who are making the claims, anyways, not the military. So
I'm
how
talking
are
about running
these
the
people
actual
compartmentalized?
university. I'm talking about the actual university and the running of the university.
Yeah, can you give me the details?
And the decisions
of
being
how
made. The students have nothing to do and have no knowledge of what decisions get made about the university.
Now
about
you're
what
the topic.
It's a tactic.
I don't care about
It's a tactic, bro. Don't bite into it. This is what he does. I told you earlier.
The university researchers who are the ones who are making the majority of the claims about the globe Earth, not the students.
I'm not talking about that. You're getting specific and want to focus in on university. I'm just talking about in general. Everything is compartmentalized. It's like all pyramids.
I'm asking you to tell me how a university researcher is compartmentalized.
I wasn't talking about university researchers. I was talking about the corporation that is the university. Because a university is a corporation.
Claims. It's university researchers who are making those.
I'm not talking about the researchers. I'm talking about the university as a corporation is compartmentalized.
Okay, all right. Okay, listen, Jace. How was it that Pfizer was able to push a product? I'm not saying the most recent product. I'm just saying they have a history. They have lawsuits. They paid the largest fee in criminal suing history of a corporation in one time. How was it that they were able to push a product onto the market and suppress all the negative result data from their testing. How did it ever get past that?
Well, number one, they aren't a university. Pfizer isn't a university. So this
They're
is
not a
a
kindergarten
sequitur to
daycare
my
service
point.
either.
Yeah, they're a pharmaceutical company, not a university.
Okay, they're both
Yeah, all he does is
institutions
focus in on
of a
one
kind.
thing and then pick apart that one
But
thing instead of
nonetheless, I
trying
would
to
love
just
for you to
answer the
post
questions
the
that.
evidence of these negative effects.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, you said they somehow skirted the system of all these negative effects of their most recent product. Well, let me see the evidence.
No. I said not. No,
Do you
I
even
said.
remember the original point? Hey, Jace, what was the original point? What was the original question?
What was my original question?
Yeah, I'd rather finish this up. So I said I'm not talking about their most recent product. I'm talking about the product they pushed out somehow with the, their proposal, their whatever, their results data, their summary conclusion that this is safe, it's been tested, and even though tests went so wrong over and over and over again, people died, people got sick, and then they withheld the negative research data, the trials, and was able to push that product onto the market through the CDC, through everything. And it wasn't until later
who approves drugs, man. Jeez.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, FDA. It's not a big deal, man. FDA.
What does this have to do with the military use
It
the
shows
globe?
that you haven't the foggiest
I
of
made
what you're
I made
talking about.
a small mistake. Okay, I hope you can accept that. Because it's really not a big deal. The FDA, yeah. So, anyways, how is that not an example of compartmentalization of a seriously large institution that has a direct hand in so many large-scale things that affect us all?
Well, you're going to have to be more specific and show the evidence for the claims you're making. I don't deny that people
won't take
have
long.
falsified data in the past and that they've done wrongdoings. It happens. That's why these things get called out.
But the evidence is not what we're talking.
What you can do
Hold on,
Is
right
the
next
evidence
to
the point,
Matrix.
Pfizer
Matrix.
criminal record.
Hold on.
If you search Pfizer criminal record, you can do that yourself with me right now. But that's what I'm talking about, and I can read it out loud to you as soon as I'm done typing it in. But if you really want evidence, you can search that. It's very simple. Pfizer criminal record, and you'll see what I'm talking about. It'll spell it out. The whole Wikipedia page on it.
Yeah, Google search Bayer and the AIDS lawsuit that they got.
Because I work in the pharmaceutical industry.
Pfizer has been a habitual offender, persistently engaging in illegal and corrupt marketing practices, bribing physicians, and suppressing adverse trial results. Since 2002, the company and its subsidiaries have been assessed $3 billion in criminal convictions, civil penalties, and jury rewards. I can take a screenshot.
Yeah, like what is your point? I don't deny that people and companies have done wrongdoings before.
It says
how did they
offender.
get it on the market?
How did they get on the market if there wasn't compartmentalization is the only explanation for how there could be a figurehead who somehow is divided in some manner from the people who did the results, collected the data, and said, this is bad. This is bad results. And then this other guy speaks for the company. How is there not a communication and a same pageness between that? That's compartmentalization. That's a company keeping its different employees who fill different positions separate from each other.
You're
in the dark from each other.
saying like multiple different things as compartmentalization. So, like, what you need to do is define what you mean by compartmentalization. The structure of companies.
Hold on, I'm gonna read the definition.
is not
The division of something into sections or category. Fear of leaks lead top officials to order the extreme compartmentalization of information. That's the definition of Google.
Yeah, so according to what this guy just said, it wasn't compartmentalized. There was people in the lower rungs who knew about these bad effects.
Rungs are
I read the definition
rungs,
for you. I just read
hey,
it.
no, Matrix.
First of all, one sec. I didn't say lower rungs. I said the people who collect the data. I'm not putting that higher or lower than the guy who is the figurehead. They're both peons, unless it's the person who's at the core of it, who gives the orders to these different employees.
Well, then that shatters your whole thing to bits. Then there's no compartment.
No, he's the one that keeps them separate. They both report to him, and then he gives them both orders.
Researchers report their findings in journals.
Okay, then why did the spokesperson come out and say it's safe and we have no negative trial results? There's no adverse trial results. Why did he say, oh no? Why didn't he say the truth? Do you think the data collectors also are a bunch of liars, and they're all just liars? Now you're talking about conspiracy where you're calling every member of a company just as evil as the other ones. You're talking about a completely possessed company. That's your only option.
I could imagine what happened was that one person with more say in the company, because that's how companies are run, told them not to report those results because they really need to get this drug on the market. And then they were called out for it because that is a wrongdoing that you cannot do in the pharmaceutical industry.
So you're saying the spokesperson is always in on it? He's saying the spokesperson is always in on it.
No, it doesn't have to be the spokesperson. It could just be their immediate supervisor, and then the immediate supervisor to them.
That's
companies have a structure.
Yeah,
you
which
can
would be
interchange
part
the
of that
word department.
compartmentalization, right?
Do you understand the correlation between department and compartment?
Sure, go ahead.
So you have different departments or supervisors or positions, or you have, the researchers, you have the research supervisors, they have the people that the supervisors report to, and then the people that the supervisors report to, and all the way up the chain to the top of the pyramid. Those are different departments or compartments. Compartmentalization. They're different departments, compartments. They're separated. You have your supervisors, the people that are in charge of it, and then it goes up and up and up to the top of the pyramid. That's compartmentalization.
Any kind of generalized company structure is compartmentalization. That's insanity.
Dude, I literally posted the definition on the text, bro. Just read it, and I just read it out. Everything that you're describing, all of that is compartmentalization. It's just how it works. Every family works like that. Every business works like that. It's just how that works. So why are you making such a big... Like, you've taken this whole conversation all around some bullshit about some pharmaceutical bullshit to have to concede anyways?
No, because when you guys say compartmentalization, it's usually in the terms of doing wrongdoings, and just a general company structure is not compartmentalized in that way that you usually use the word.
No, nobody's talking about wrongdoing. Nobody's talking about wrongdoing. We're just talking about the word compartmentalization, right? That's all in a structure.
No. You're not going to sit here and bullshit me. You guys always talk about compartmentalization when it comes to doing wrongdoings and hiding information. Those are the only two contexts I've ever heard.
So this is what he's doing, right? This is what he's doing. He knows he's called compartmentalization. So now he's making an accusation.
Hold on, Matrix.
No, don't hold on, Matrix. It's all bullshit. He's taking us on a ride right now.
I know. It doesn't matter if it's positive. It could be positive information. It could be negative information. The point is that it's separated. Okay, so if you're work for a business, a corporation, the people at the bottom of the pyramid, whether it be good or bad, the good shit or the bad shit, they don't know about the good shit that's happening or the bad shit that's happening. It doesn't matter if it's good or
Well,
bad. It can
I
be either
hope
one.
you stick to that in the future. Then
I'm sorry, what?
I said I hope you guys stick to that in the future. Then
It's never been
if
anything
that's
but
going to
that.
be your
We've never said
oh,
it's only.
come on,
You're the one that said it was only
come
negative. No,
on, man.
none of us said it was only negative. We just said it was compartmentalized.
Sure, if that's how you sleep well at night.
See, you're not conceding. You're not acknowledging that what I'm saying is we never claimed that it was only
No,
negative.
I'll
You
concede
claimed that it was
that.
only negative.
We
I'm saying right
generalize
now,
the
on and
definition
for the
of
record.
compartmentalization to just how a company is structured, then sure, it fits that definition. I'll concede to that.
Okay, and that's
called
the definition we're talking about. Whether
No,
it
He
be
took,
good or bad,
he took us on an entire trip, bro,
only to agree with us.
only to agree. And I was
Context.
calling it
It's
the
never
entire
been the
way.
context that you guys use the word in. It's never.
Hey guys, I'm getting off this ride, and once again, I apologize for calling the FDA the CDC. I'm really sorry about that. I didn't mean to offend you that much.
Yeah, have fun.
Have a good night, guys.
Man. Love, peace, and chicken grease.
It's crazy the gymnastics you guys have.
Actually, I was actually going to critique your gymnastics. It's obvious. I caught on the second time you did it. I caught on. So you have to learn new techniques on how to do it. Maybe when the person is winning, don't pinpoint on the obvious things, right? Like on the mistakes. Maybe pinpoint on something else, something that isn't detectable, right? Something that isn't noticeable, right? That's an honest critique.
You guys have
on your
completely
bullshit.
changed the definition of how you use a word. Man.
Dude, I literally read you the definition, plus I Googled it for you and I posted it in the chat for you. And you were still describing compartmentalization. You just didn't want to call it bro. This I hope whoever's hearing this, bro, like in the future, recognizes the nonsense, the not just the shit that you're just talking, just the incoherent nonsense that you're saying.
Sure, man. Sure.
A compartment is already to separate something. Compartmentalization is the act of separating something.
So that's how you guys talk about it. You just say, "Oh, we're just separating something."
But
That's what
coming
you
back to
guys
the
mean by
point.
compartmentalization. And like,
But
come
coming back to
on,
the
man.
point, yeah, you were saying about something about the military account for the globe. What was that all about?
What do you mean? Yeah, the
Did
military
I misheard you?
globe, I guess. So you're gonna play dumb like you've never heard the arguments before?
Which arguments? For the military? No.
Oh man. All right. Well, you have fun. Talk to yourself.
That's a very good argument. No, because I would like to know which department of any military force accounts for the globe. A spinning globe, I must say.
Well, if nobody else is going to say anything, 44 dates, 44 days until the start of the Golden Globe. Who's ready?
What happened? You're retarded.
Now to the chopper. Oh, wait, there's guns on the chopper. The predator won't shoot you unless there's guns. Fuck. Bad logic.
Yo, Reckoner. Like, I need a fix of Arnold Schwarzenegger, bro. Can you talk, please? You know what's funny, right? Is that my neighbor, I don't know if you can hear this, right? But like my neighbor's dog has started to respond to me talking on Discord to the point where like if he hears my voice, it pisses him off and he starts talking. And like it's the same fucking dog that's been around forever. It's crazy shit. So he like I think he just said, fuck it, I had enough of your voice on Discord. And like it's really crazy because it's like I don't think I talk loud enough for my neighbors to hear it, right? But like dogs, like I'm pretty sure this is just not in my head. It's not like I'm fucking. Basically, when I start talking super loud at night, when people should be sleeping, the dogs will start barking. And I think that I kind of may have caused this little fight between the two neighbors. Because the neighbor I'm talking about is the one that's not on the same street as me, but on the backside. And then like now these two have a little argument about noise at night. It's weird. Yo, Gio. Is you awake, Gio? We really need a flat earth server, right? Where it's just cool as fuck on both sides. So that the cunts like me that enjoy flat earth and don't like to argue about the science and everybody else can just have a chill situation. I mean, the thing, I thought this place could have been there, but I think we do need a place like that. Maybe, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna make two motherfuckers do it. And then I'll feel good that I facilitated it.
Anyone out there? Hello.
Hello.
Yo, yo, yo. What's good, man?
No one else is around.
Is that Extremistus?
Yes, I forgot I was here.
Hey, what's good, bro?
So were you around for the discussion earlier with Gregory?
No. What happened with Gregory?
Him and Kosho, I don't know who else was there. I mean, they had a 2 or 3 hour discussion on basically if time can be manipulated or if time can change or something like that.
The whole what is time? All right. And what was the general verdict? Or were there any good points made?
I couldn't stand it anymore. I had to leave.
Oh.
It was driving me crazy. Well, I mean, I had other stuff to do anyway, but it was driving me crazy. I had to leave because I had to go to the gym, but it was driving me crazy listening to him. I mean, Gregory would keep saying something. Kosho would repeat what he would say, like his position. Then Gregory would say what Kosho's position was, which wasn't what Kosho's position was, and then tell Kosho how he was wrong in his position. And Kosho would say, "But that's not my position." I mean, that must have happened 5 times.
What was Kosher's?
Do what?
What was Kosher's position? Like, what was he saying about that?
Basically, I don't. You'd have to ask him. I don't want to misquote him, but basically that you can, you take an atomic clock and you can measure the difference in the oscillations or the frequency of the atomic clock or the vibrations or whatever it is, and those at different altitudes show that time is passing differently at different altitudes. And Gregory just kept changing the way he was taught. I mean, I couldn't even repeat. I mean, Gregory was using such weird. I mean, you know how he is. He just uses very weird words to repeat what you say. I mean, he tries to kind of summarize it, but he says it in a very strange and very obtuse way. I don't know why he does that.
Mm. Yeah, it's very philosophical with the speech.
Yeah, any discussion with Gregory turns more philosophical than scientific. I mean, it's all about the philosophy of science as opposed to the science of science. And it's really hard to listen to. And then it was, I mean, I like I said, I kind of listened to most of it for the better part of 2 hours before I had to leave. And I don't know how much longer it lasted, but it was giving me a headache.
So where was this going on?
It was a discussion on time and like, can it be an independent variable? Does time change? Can it be manipulated? All these different things on the aspects of time.
Was it here or in Nathan's or?
It was here in Geo's. I mean, it was probably 6 hours ago.
So, what's your position? Do you think time can be manipulated?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's demonstratable with atomic clocks, but as I've said more than once, if you accept 2 postulates, number one, that the speed of light is invariant, it doesn't change, it's independent, reference frame independent, it doesn't change with reference frames, and it's the same in all reference frames. And if you accept that it is that it's the fastest speed possible, you can't transmit information faster than the speed of light, so to speak. If you accept those 2 things, then time and space have to change in order to preserve causality.
And what happens if you don't accept those two postulates?
I mean, to me, that's. I mean, what can you do with people that don't accept that? I mean, that's sort of that's to me, that's kind of a philosophical approach. I mean, there's, Jeremy will argue that the speed of light is not, is not the fastest thing. We can slow down, so to speak, the speed of light, so the speed of light can be adjustable. And as far as it being the same in all reference frames, I mean, I don't think even flat earthers understand what that means.
So why do you accept those postulates? Like,
I don't know. I mean, I don't know why I accept them. To me, it's, I don't know if I'd say obvious, but it's intuitive in terms of, I mean, I don't know that those postulates are obvious or intuitive, but the ramifications of what that means, if you accept those, are intuitive. And, I mean, that to me, it's like woven into the fabric of the universe that those two things are true.
All right.
I can't really describe it, but it's just kind of I don't know if you'd say an acceptance or an understanding or whatever, but I accept that that's true. Anyway, I don't like Gregory's discussions are very difficult to listen to. And you can tell, I mean, like he would, I won't use the term straw manning, but Kosha would, explain his position on a particular, on how he was, on the subject. And then Gregory would kind of rephrase it, again, a very strange way. I don't know if he was like wrong or right, but it was the way he was saying it. It was a very strange interpretation. And then Coach would say, that's not my stance. You keep telling me what my stance is, and then you tell me my stance is wrong, but you're wrong on my stance. I mean, that Coach must have told him that 5 times.
I think it's pretty much like when I say that they're like, I don't see the evidence for a God, and then people say, well, then you believe that everything came from nothing. It's like, no, that's not what I said. Didn't say that.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the same thing. It was just, Gregory is a difficult person to talk to.
Yeah. He's a Christian, and I think he's a creationist, so it's hard to talk to them because they make so many assumptions.
Oh, God, just like a glober. How many assumptions do you guys make about everything?
It's a two quo quo fallacy, but okay. No, you. But I don't make assumptions. I base things on evidence. I don't assume.
Oh,
things.
really? Bendy space-time, there's a lot of evidence for that right there. Boom. Happy days.
Yeah, there is.
We just got through discussing.
Yeah.
Well, the first thing that came to my mind when they started talking about it, the Eddington experiment was the first thing as far as bending space around the sun. And then you have atomic clocks that tick differently at different altitudes, or also different speeds, by the way.
Bending space around the sun. The Eddington experiment.
Space-time. Bending space-time.
Bending space-time. Oh, okay then.
Yeah, wow, flat Earth. Oh, ah, ah.
Totally retarded concept. Totally retarded.
Just like flat Earth, then, I guess.
Really?
It's also true in particle collider experiments because the particles that are produced wouldn't live long enough in normal, in our everyday experience, except the fact that they're going so close to the speed of light when they're produced that extends their lifespan in our frame of reference.
Did you say a particle kaleidoscope?
Particle collider, yes.
That proves bendy space-time.
Oh, that's another hot take. It's just so boring. Fuck me. He didn't say that. Fuck me. I bought a spirit level. Okay, so you're saying that the Earth is flat?
I
No.
asked him. Shut up, Mommy. Go away.
That was funny, actually.
What is a what's a particle kaleidoscope got to do with bendy space time?
Did you? Should I repeat what I said? Did you hear me?
Yes, actually, yes, because I did say what's it got to do with bendy space time.
So
You may not have said it had nothing to do with it because I was looking at something else at the time. That's what I said.
So the particles that are created when the atoms collide, it creates, the muons and the whatever else it creates. Those are only in existence for fractions. I mean, like really tiny fractions of a second. And the only reason we know that they exist is because they're moving so close to the speed of light that their lifespan is actually extended in our reference frame. In their reference frame, they only exist for 1 times 10 to the negative 10 seconds or whatever. But in our I guess that's actually in our reference frame they only exist that long. In their reference frame, they don't exist shorter than that. But because they exist long enough for us to measure them, we can tell what they're doing. I don't know if that made sense. It made sense in my mind.
Okay then.
The short description is because the particles that are produced live longer in our reference frame than they do in their own. I'll put it that way. We can tell what they're doing.
You're talking about the muon paradox.
Well, just anything produced in a particle collider. Some of the particles produced only live for, just like I said, fractions of a second. Only exist, I should say.
Sounds like virtual particles.
Not exactly. I mean, no, that's not what they are.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that's what they are. But these things only live for a fraction of a second. I said it sounds like a virtual particle. They're in and out of existence, apparently. These things. You've heard of those virtual particles?
Yeah, Ben. So a muon isn't a virtual particle. It's an elementary particle. I wouldn't really say,
particle.
yeah, I wouldn't really say we get them in particle colliders, but what Extremis is saying about them is true. Most muons. I've told you about this, the muon paradox, right?
Yeah.
Most of them.
Yeah, no, that's why I said they're like virtual particles, or you've said elementary particles.
They're not like virtual particles. Virtual particles are a bit different, but yeah, they don't exist for very long. But because when they fall from high up in the atmosphere to Earth, they're traveling at such a great speed, their length becomes contracted, right? The distance they have to cover to the surface of the Earth contracts, and their time dilates. So they experience time way slower than we do. So they live long enough to get to Earth's surface, and that's a proof of relativity. Well, not a proof, but evidence for relativity.
Well, if they're in and out of existence, aren't they like virtual particles?
Virtual particles are a bit different because virtual particles come in pairs, right? So it's you'll have a virtual matter and a virtual antimatter particle, and they will come into existence at the same time and then annihilate each other at the same time. But the existence it's below the Planck length of time, so they don't exist long enough for us to interact with them. But muons, they don't exist that long, but it is long enough for us to interact with them and detect them, and they don't come into existence in pairs, I hope you were listening because I see you muted now. I feel like you're making me waste my time, Basil.
No, I'm listening. I'm just doing something in the background that was noisy.
All right, I was just teasing. Anywho,
No, well,
were
yeah.
you here for the Gregory argument? Gregory and Kosho?
No, I wasn't.
Oh.
But it sounds like they were talking about time.
They was.
From the 2 seconds
very.
that I heard extremists
Yeah,
talk about it.
it apparently got very philosophical.
It was. I mean, I have to say, I was very impressed with Kosho's patience, because I mean, the way that Gregory was talking, there's no way. I mean, I wouldn't have necessarily got mad or blown up, but I would have just said, "Hey, I'm not talking to you anymore. This is stupid. I quit. You know, you're not listening. You're not accepting. I'm done. Conversation over." I would have said that probably an hour into it. And yet, he got a little testy a couple of times, but he managed to keep on talking.
See what?
Was it one of those conversations where time can be manipulated?
That was They covered a couple of different subjects, but it was all about time. About time as an independent variable. Can it be manipulated? Does it change? You know, they talked about atomic clocks and experiments and things like that.
Gee, that's a touchy subject, isn't it? Time. Can it be manipulated? Ooh, I would say no. Myself.
Well, the idea is, first of all, you can kind of. The whole idea is that an independent variable is, do things change with respect to time? If that statement is true, then it's an independent variable. And that statement is not always, but often true.
Yeah, well, I think the length of time, you cook, I don't know, something basic, an egg, right? You cook an egg for 1 second or you cook it for 3 minutes type of thing. But can you actually change it? No, I don't think you can change it, extremist. But you can change the actual amount of time something is subjected to. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole point. It doesn't even necessarily involve science. I mean, it can be, society, people's viewpoints on society change over time. You know, their viewpoints on things like slavery or abortion or, Democrat versus Republican or political alliances. I mean, all of these change with respect to time.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Definitely.
And if something is changing with respect to your independent variable, then it's an independent. That's what an independent variable is. If it changes with respect to that, whatever you're manipulating, so to speak, using the term, using finger quotes, then that's the independent variable. Or it can be one. It doesn't have to be, but it can possibly be one.
Yeah, I think it's a contributing factor, I would say. Can be a contributing factor.
All we guys talking about right now, so it's trying here, so.
And then they discuss the whole atomic clocks, and I'm trying to remember. I wish you could probably watch it on the live stream.
Clock, yeah.
But there was a whole, probably 45-minute discussion on atomic clocks, and that they have this wave, I guess the hertz or whatever their wavelength or whatever they're measuring, and how that can change with altitude. And Gregory was Gregory said that doesn't prove anything. That's what happened. It's what it is. It doesn't demonstrate anything.
Isn't that the one where that atomic clock at altitude is faster or slower? One of the two.
It's slower at
I got a
altitude.
quick question. Why is gravity is real and the flat Earth is real? Like, and densities. So why if the both is real and the flat Earth is real, but like who create this? Like, I don't operation. The United States creates NASA, but who created like the Bible? Like, it's been written by human authors or like inspired by God. I don't know.
So like,
yeah, I got some evidence. I got some evidence prove we live on globe, but it's not curvature. It's not anything. It's just who created this universe. It proves the Bible is the Bible is real, but God, I think God is not a person. That's all. God is not a person or a person. It's not alien. It's not that. But who created this government? I know Babylon did. Babylon did. I believe in that Bible about Babylon, but if the Earth is round, if the Earth is round, if the Earth is round, we are enslaved, slavery in one planet, and that all the planets are free, like Mars. Yeah, yeah, it's slavery. It's I don't know, man. I don't know. I think the space is real. I think the space is real, but I kind of got too flat and close Earth. So gravity pulls you down. Yeah, I think that's it's fake, but I think the Earth's kind of much bigger than that is. You know? Yeah, you agree with me in that one, or no? Yeah, that's Earth. Miles.
You got this, Nate. You've got it.
I think it's about 393 miles. Yeah, that's big. I think it's 120 miles because I think all these flat Earth religion says all hiding this evil grip. It's evil grip. Every religion, including the Bible, it's kind of an evil. It's Jesus hate gays. What? Yeah, I'm just I go to the globe Earth it, but the flat Earth it. And I kind of get independent of the flat Earth a little bit. So I think the flat Earth is real, but I love believing in space, so it's like I think I love. Yes, I think believe. I think we live in a globe. So like 120 miles of it. So if you go like for example, uh, Jesuits, just Jesuits, this fucking Jesuits just fuck our asses up in the public school system. You know, this fucking Jesuits, fucking my politics. Politics is very Jesuits control the whole fucking thing. Jesuits control NASA. Jesuits control the FBI. Jesuits control like every part of government, man. Oh yeah, they released the coronavirus too. I think they're like to put under a spell. They expose them to you. When the last president came, they exposed in the spell. Okay, so we all live in this spell. Hyphen spell. Like very evil spell. Man. Hello, believe the Nashville bomber says I don't like he did, but like he says really good with our shit. You know, like every religion is fake. I'm not atheist, but like God is an energy. So I'm not atheist. I believe in God, God's energy. Flat Earth, it's real, but God's energy. So, what the fuck am I doing here? Jesus Christ! My God. Okay. Should I get albums? Okay. I'm not trolling. I'm not fucking trolling. I just critical think about things. Switch other topics. So, and I think the 24/7 flat Earth server it's not good. Why? Okay, I'm shy. Like, I think it's everybody left. Not one person left. Only me. Yeah, the philosophy degree is the fucking worst degrees ever, okay? So, if you have a passion for philosophy, good for you, but like, philosophy, my goddamn. I really left. Like, goodness gracious. Mickey spelled. I remember Disney. What the? It's not Disney. We talk about flat Earth here, or glow, or what the fuck it's called. The Earth donut, or fucking anything. You know. Okay, I can say the Earth is a fucking triangle. Okay, or fucking the. Okay, Jesus Christ. How much fucking sugar I fucking ate? But like I'm fucking skinny as hell. Fucking hell. It's like fucking Nick Avocado. Well, like, Jesus Christ. Unhealthy shit. Oh. Eh. We choose a bunch of stupid shit. Well, churches need to be destroyed. And it's a country in Israel to start by the Rothschilds, okay? So that's real Synagogue of Satan. Okay, Synagogue of Satan. Revelations. What the fuck am I doing here? I'm talking to myself. Hey, Rector, I'm talking to myself right now. Anybody in this chat room? I think I'm talking to my fucking self. Yeah. Yeah. What the fuck am I doing here? You know. I like fucking turtles. Yeah. A Rector or Geo or Rectinator. And yes, I got the degree is open. Oh yeah, the Bible's. God. Hey, who was here? This Earth Awakenings, but like, hey, who wants who wants to tell a fucking good story? Hey, please text and chill. Who wants a good story? Like for real. Who wants? Oh my god, I can't even think. Who want that very good? Join the senior who wants est. Are you talking this way too far? I like you. For real? You are talking this way too far. Well, it's my voice, so. Doing the mod action. That is all. Yeah. I know. But I can tell my funny story. Some server. Again, I could do this server. Like, it's a very good story. It's called Earth Awakening, so feel lightened. Okay. Jesus Christ. Okay, today I went to church. I went to church, you know, like Friday night church, and it's a girl, you know, like so high, you know, and man, and at the church, you know, like I was in the bathroom, you know, and And when I'll go to the bathroom, if it's her, yeah, it's kind of sexual story. So Jesus Christ, what the fuck I'm talking about this in fucking live stream anyway? Jesus Christ. I think I'm just. Never read the rules again, Jesus Christ. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, I can't. Jesus Christ, I'm getting out of here. Okay. Never mind the story. Never mind that story, but yeah. Hey. Bye. Fuck this! What the hell? Dude, I haven't. Fucking. Mental health. My mental health's fucking me up. Fuck this. Fuck this shit. Fucking, I'm done. I think I'm done. I'm done with fucking shit. Ugh. I'm fucking done. I think I'm done my mental. This done fucking.
Oh my god, stop! The spin, stop! It's so dead, it's so fucking dead, it's so dead. Change this regime, when you get more spins, it gives you less money somehow. I don't know why, but it's how they work. Double machine. Double oh. That. Fuck you.
I think my mental health's it's done. I'm done with fucking heroin.
Machine whiz. Machine whiz. Machine whiz. Like you're joking, right?
I'm done with fucking.
This is so shit.
Fuck all that stupid church. Stupid. Nobody cares a fuck.
Machine.
Mental health.
Machine.
Mental.
Oh my. So shameless.
I'm done. I think I'm done, man.
Oh, oh, oh. No! Go all the way, bitch! Like, man, this is like 22 spins and it's a not even a 1x. Not even a 1x. 22. Like, this video is so shameless. So unbelievable.
I think my mental health's fucking me up.
Okay. Oh, a lot of greens here.
I hate this fucking bullshit. Mental health. My mental health. Fuck this.
Machine. Machine, save it. Ah, man, we can't catch a break today with these ones.
To the stomach.
Oh, wow. Okay, let's see how it goes. Machine. Machine on 2.
Kill the fucking one.
Machine on 2.
I can't kill anyone by fucking favorite kid.
Machine on 2.
Kill fucking anyone here. Kill.
That should be money. Yeah, okay, that's good.
It's again. Fuck all in.
We'll take that. Okay, yeah, again? No, it's okay, no. Take that. Okay. Fuck! Okay, not bad.
Because I'm done with fucking shit. Fucking stupid. Oh,
I mean, it's already done anyway. I know. Just fuck that money. Give more spin, give me more spin, give me more spin. Okay.
fucking.
Machine. Dusting. And on 2. Machine.
Why?
Machine.
This is.
Okay. I'll go all the way to the dog garbanzo, man. Oh! I could have done much more. That could have been way more. Fuck you, bitch. That could have been max win. That could have been 5,000 X. That could have been actually 5,000 X. Oh, shambles.
This is like doing their cares. I don't care. I'm just done a fucking I'm done. I'm done. No, I can't. No.
Machine. Okay, not bad.
Good.
Any more ties? Machine.
What up, Carlos? What is up, my man? How's life in the land of the long white cloud? Something like that, eh?
Buongiorno.
Buongiorno, buongiorno.
Mamma mia.
What call the tattoo that goes on? I think it's a lot of the women on their chin. What's the name of that tattoo?
Mucco.
A mucco.
Mucco. Yeah.
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 I was watching a I don't know how it came up actually, but it was on YouTube anyway. It was about tattooing and stuff. And anyway, they were tattooing, and I'm going to presume it was a Maori's woman's chin, where they had the lines, like these zigzag lines. Okay, and there was a couple of other little patterns, but they were just tattooing the line itself.
Yeah.
And they had the old bone and like the little hammer where they like tap it,
Oh, yeah.
which that looked very painful, but the actual zigzag line itself was like a little razor blade that was about, I don't know, maybe, I don't know, a centimetre long, thereabouts. So they did the whole of the zig, and they went tap, and then they put on the angle and went tap, tap, tap. And I thought, oh damn, that looks painful at best.
Yeah, there's a lot of it's in fashion at the moment. It's
Oh
not
really?
just it's not just pure, or not that there's actually any pure Maoris left, but you know there's a lot of Caucasians getting it done as well. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah,
Coming
it's
back,
in fashion.
coming back with a vengeance.
Mm.
What do you think of them? They're quite in your face, aren't they? Really?
Well, I've actually seen some quite attractive women with these tattoos on their chin, and I didn't think I think it actually lifted their persona up a little bit. It gives them a bit of hierarchy as well. There's a lot of women in the courts and in the court system that have these tattoos, and even in Parliament. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a status symbol. Yeah.
It definitely is a symbol. That is for sure. It
Yeah,
definitely is.
everyone to their liking, I guess. It's not in my direct culture. I mean, so it's not something I if I was a woman I'd ever think of doing. But yeah, I mean, it's just like now you get these young guys, even older guys, having those rings in their ears. You know, stretch the earlobe.
Oh yes. Like,
You can poke your finger right through it.
yeah, I know.
But when they take them out, it looks like calamari.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, I see those, and all you just want to do is get a pair of secateurs and just trim them a little bit.
Yeah.
Kind. Yeah. Yeah, it
Oh,
definitely is a statement. Like
mm.
I don't know as a like if you were an employer, right, and you were employing someone to work front of house for you, I don't know if I could overlook that. Like I think my bias would kick in.
It
Just if I'm
depends
being
what industry you're in, though. Eh? Like in a coffee shop, lots of cafes here have people with full full neck tattoos or those earlobe rings. Yeah, it's kind of like sort of trendy in some hospitality areas, or even maybe I've been to car parts Repco, and they have a lot of those attributes, tattoos and rings in their eyebrows.
Oh, yeah. Funny you should mention that. We went to my wife's phone had an issue with it, her iPhone. So we went to the Genius Bar. Anyway, she made an appointment. Anyway, we go down there, and you walk in there, and everyone. Now you say it. Every one of the people that were in there, yeah, all had the stretchy earlobes. They had tattoos up their neck, and yeah, kind of really funky looking people. I'll put it. They were funky looking people.
Yeah, I mean, it's if you can't have a holiday, which is it's the case these days. I mean, what else can you do? You just get bored, and you got to start cutting yourself up.
Well, pretty much, yes. Yeah, that's pretty right.
Self-manipulate. Yeah. I mean, it changes as good as a holiday. Some people change the color of their hair every month just because there's nothing else to do.
Yeah, I don't know what you would think in 5 or 10 years' time after you did that. Like that actual same clip I was telling you about, where I saw the tattoo being done. The one after it was about tattoo removal, and it was a fellow that had tattoos all over his face, like the tribal tattoos.
Yeah.
Had them all over his face, and he was getting them laser removed. And actually, I tell you what, that laser tattoo removal looks very painful, very painful. Getting that done.
Yeah, and it's about 10 times more expensive than getting the tattoo itself.
Oh, really?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You could have $150 tattoo, and it costs you $3,000 to take it off.
Damn. Well, they did the whole tattoo. I think he had. It was either 4 or 6 treatments, because I was fascinated, like watching it, because as the laser is going over it, it kind of has this white bubbling effect where something raises to the surface. I can't remember what.
Yeah, and apparently blue is the hardest color to take off.
Yeah, well, this was that dark blue ink.
Oh, okay, that blue. Yeah.
Yeah.
Original.
But by the time they'd finished with it, yes, it looked a hell of a lot better, but you could still see the remnants of it. Actually.
Yeah, well, that's the price to pay. You can't go back in time. Yeah, people just need to think ahead a little bit before they go and start, cutting themselves up. But I got a tattoo on my shoulder of a couple of dragons and a waterfall when I was on my 18th birthday. I can't remember getting the tattoo at all. Woke up the next day with a patch on my shoulder, and I was thinking, what the fuck did I do last night? Yeah, lucky it was just dragons or something, because apparently it wasn't me who chose it. Yeah. But hey, have you heard about that new car that China Huawei has just come out with? And they sold like 20,000 units in the first day that it was on the market.
No. What's it called?
It's I'll have to look it up to see what it's called, but it's a hydrogen cell battery car, and apparently there's a few different articles talking about how how far it can go, but from the Huawei themselves, they're saying it takes 10 minutes to fully charge, and it can travel 2,600 kilometers.
What?
Yeah, yeah, I know. It's like, are you sure it's not 26 kilometers? But yeah, that they're comparing with just a second. Yeah, they're comparing it with Tesla. You know, they're saying that Tesla's just going to go off the market now, unless they step their game up and get into hydrogen cells as well.
Yeah. I'm just reading about it now, actually.
Yeah, there's a few different ideas of how far it can go. Like the minimum I've heard was 1,600 kilometers on a full charge. Yeah, and anything from that up to 2,600 Ks for 10 minutes of charging. Oh my
That's
God,
huge. That is
that's
huge.
that's ridiculous. But
Yeah.
who knows about the performance of the car, though? I'm not sure, but apparently it's self-driving as well.
Oh, okay. So
So I don't know how this fuel cell actually is adapting in conjunction with the battery, because it's still a electric vehicle. But obviously, it's considered. You could probably consider it like a hybrid, but rather than having petrol or diesel, you've got the hydrogen cell.
yeah.
Yeah.
What are the price of them? Do you know?
About 100,000 New Zealand dollars, 400,000 Chinese yuan.
Right. Okay.
So it's undercutting, because like for a Tesla, they're about 130 or 140,000. So yeah, they're undercutting Tesla's price by about 40 grand. Yeah.
I suppose making the car is one thing, but then you have to have the infrastructure in place too, don't you?
Yeah, well, they're making them already. That's how far ahead they are. Yeah. They've already got orders for 20,000 units on the first day.
God, that's crazy, isn't it? Well, actually, I was reading an article that I don't know what make it was, but yeah, China's actually overtaken Tesla as far as sales of electric vehicles are concerned. So now
Yeah, I think they have a few deals with different companies around the world, like Renault and Volvo. I think that they have a few deals there with these cars, and even another company in Spain. There's a car. I think they've got some joint venture with Spain and maybe Renault, and there's a car called Polestar. I think they've got some interest in that company. They're pretty high tech and long range vehicles. It's not going to be long before everyone's just going to jump on board. But if we've got a power crisis, I don't know.
They're still frightfully expensive, though. I think
That is our issue, right? Yeah. But as the demand comes up, the price will come down when there's a lot of competition. That's just how it's always been in history.
Like I do like the idea that at home you can just plug them in and charge them, and we're pretty much solar efficient here. So if you can charge your vehicle during the day, when you're producing excess electricity, it's pretty much free to run in the vehicle. But the only
Yeah,
problem
well, rather than paying for the daily top up of energy into your car, like petrol or charging it, or all of these daily expenses, that it's getting paid and it's going to some company somewhere, yeah, and then the government charges tax on it, right, and that's how the government gets their cut. But rather than having it in this consumables, it's built into the price of the car, which is being charged tax from the government, and then whatever fuel cell it is that needs to be replaced, well, that's just a lump sum rather than being spread out. So it works out that you're still sort of paying for consumables, and in the long run, you're going to have to replace them. It's doesn't really mean it's getting cheaper. It just means you're paying for it differently, you know. So you can't really say, oh, it's free energy, or yeah, you just paid $100,000 for a car,
Exactly.
right? You know.
What are the life cycle of the batteries of these vehicles? Have you looked into that? Like, what sort of lifespan do you get out of one of these?
They're all about the same. They only have a warranty for about 5 years.
Is that all?
Well, they can last longer, and it's either the years or the Ks, whichever's higher. And but you'd expect you'd want to sort of change it by then because it's going to lose its juice. Yeah, they can degrade. They can last longer, but you're not going to get the efficiency and stuff out of it. So they cost a bit of money to replace. You know, but probably about $5,000 to replace. You know,
Gee,
and some even more
that's a fair
expensive.
bit
Yeah,
of coin. It's a fair bit of coin, isn't it?
it is.
Really?
So it's all about. Yeah, I don't know what it's about, hey. Because you can have all the computerized stuff in your car. You can have the touchpad screen in your car, and you can have all the lights and all the same things in a petrol car. You don't need it to be a battery powered car to have all these knickknacks and lights and stuff, right? So that's not because it's electrics, therefore you have a touch screen. It's just because it's battery powered, they're making use of the battery. You know, I saw an American truck. It was like a pickup, and it's actually got lights built into out the ring of the steering wheel itself, and it tells you when its battery's low and stuff like that by the whole entire steering wheel illuminating.
Right.
I think it's a Ford pickup. Yeah,
There's
it's
definitely a
just the
big
way things are
push.
going.
There's definitely a big push for the electric vehicles, or the hydrogen cell. They're definitely going that way, and it's almost getting to a stage now. Well, you look at, I don't know what the fuel prices are like over there, Carlos, but here we're around $2 a liter, and it goes through cycles. Like some weeks it's up to around 2.20. So now when it's around say $1.98 or $2, it's like you consider that cheap. But it costs you, well, it costs me to fill up my car. It costs me about, I think it's about, from empty, it's about $110, and my wife's car, it's about $130 to fill up, and that's a huge cost. That's a huge cost, really, to fill up
Yeah,
your vehicle.
yeah.
You do have the advantage, I suppose, with fuel compared to the electric. Like you do seem to get a lot further on the petrol, but there's no rhyme nor reason why fuel should be this expensive. They're putting it down to
Well,
what's happening over in Europe at the moment, but that's just a bullshit excuse, really.
I don't think it's because of the so-called global warming that they're getting rid of or trying to get off fossil fuels and onto battery. And I don't think that's the real push. I think that just the development of batteries is naturally advanced to the stage that it's logical transition. Yeah, and I mean, I'm always gonna love it. You know, a muscle car. But if people, growing up in the new generation, that they're not going to know about that. So, I mean, it's
We went to Melbourne about 2 months ago. Flew into Melbourne, and anyway, we hired a car, and it was a hybrid electric petrol hybrid car. But I was amazed at how much torque the electric vehicles have. Like you put your foot down to the floor, and bang, man, they're like a little bullet. They just
yeah,
absolutely just like petrol doesn't even compare. It doesn't even compare. Well, there's nothing like the sound of a nice big lumpy V8. Come on, at the end of the day, like there's nothing like the sound or the feel of it. But if you're talking like that initial take off from the lights kind of feeling, I think the electric vehicles got it on the petrol vehicles.
Well, there was a show the other day with some guy showing off his $30 million collection of supercars that I watched on YouTube. And out of all of his fucking like just amazingly expensive cars with like fucking jet engines and you name it, his favorite car daily driver was his Tesla.
There you go.
You know, and he's got all these amazing supercars, like one of every best supercar that's ever been built, and he just daily drives his Tesla. You know, so there is something to it. It is definitely you know, you get in the car and your air conditioning is just the best. Everything is really well finely tuned because it can be down to the nanosecond. Yeah.
Well, the first vehicles ever back in the day were electric, and then the petrol ones came in and kind of, I don't know what happened. What happened to the electric? I don't know.
Well, I guess big oil. I don't know, because then are they really going to they're not going to go full hog, are they? Because like container ships are still. You think they're going to have battery powered container ships and fucking battery powered airplanes? You know that's the next stage because so big oil's not going to disappear.
Well, it's. I don't know what sort of weight would you be talking about in comparison? You've got like a big, a big diesel engine powering a tanker ship. How many batteries would it take to?
Well, those nuclear powered submarines, they're loaded with batteries, aren't they? Just so many battery cells. The nuclear power device is relatively small in comparison to the weight of the batteries they have on those things.
Yeah.
So the battery technology has been around since fucking World War II.
Oh, exactly right.
Yeah.
Putting some sort of solar capability
Ah.
on as well.
Well, I was just talking to my mother-in-law. she's cooked a chicken.
Oh, is it nearly dinner time over there? Is it?
Yeah, dinner time. You know, I bought my mother-in-law a fresh chicken, and she's cut it up and stewed it. Yeah, Chinese style.
What time is it over there? Is it 5
Oh, it's
o'clock?
just about 6 o'clock.
Just about 6 o'clock, so you're about 2.5 hours.
The sun's gone. The sky is still illuminated, and I don't have a shadow.
And you don't have a shadow.
It's no shadow.
Oh, I can't wait for summer, I must say. And daylight
Yes.
I love daylight savings.
Hopefully we don't get the crazy heat waves like Europe's getting.
Yeah, they seem to be. Well, I don't know. I personally like the heat myself, so it doesn't.
What, 40 degrees?
Yeah, I love it. I absolutely love it. Well, I was born and bred in a very hot, dry.
If you're used to it, yeah.
Yeah, but my wife absolutely, because she's Kiwi, she absolutely hates it. Anything over about 27, 28, then she's getting uncomfortable. She starts complaining and turn on the air.
Much case this women don't like the heat so much, eh? Don't know what it is.
Turn on the air conditioning.
Well, I might catch you after dinner if you're still around.
Too easy, Carlos. All right. buddy.
All right.
Enjoy.
Ciao. Bye.